Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Davey.
Here.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Here.
Councilmember Laredo. Vice Mayor London.
Here.
Councilmember McCormick.
Here.
Councilmember Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Segurola.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item, Mr. Mayor, is brief comments by council.
Okay, a few things. First, I wanted to offer, I think we've all heard of the passing of one of our former police officers, Sharon Armesto. So I just wanted to offer condolences to her family. And, you know, we appreciate her time here, and we're very sorry for her family's loss.
Yes.
Next, I want to remind everybody, of course, Saturday is the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 homicides. So, you know, we're going to be having a ceremony here, and I would welcome anybody, you know, attending. I think it's important that we remember what happened on that day. And finally, this is our first budget hearing. I want to remind everybody we'll be having another one on the 25th, 4th? 21st. I was close. It was in the neighborhood. So this is the first budget hearing. We'll be going through things. We do encourage people to either show up and talk, or you can come through the Zoom. We're trying out a new system. I want to thank the manager and our IT folks for putting this together, because we're doing our best in these strange times to make sure that people can be heard, even if they can't get into the room. Also, finally, on the Rickenbacker Causeway, Commissioner Regalado has set the date of the 22nd. September 22nd is the date that at 6 o'clock. Is that correct?
6:30.
6:30 for our Q&A, so that we can come and talk to her and talk to county staff about the current RFP, and we can make our recommendations. We also want to remind you that you can submit questions and comments through the village's website. And I encourage everybody, look, this is the most important issue facing us right now. So I encourage everybody to take part and have your say. And that's it. Anybody else?
I appreciate the relative liberation, being unencumbered by a headset. Congratulations, and thank you for this new tech ability.
Absolutely. And Happy New Year, by the way. Yesterday was Rosh Hashanah. So
Yeah.
very nice service by the rabbi. Anybody else, or should we move on?
I just wanted to share a little bit my thoughts on this evening. Thank you to the manager and staff for putting this budget together. And I know that you have really had your hands full with the Rickenbacker and other things that are not necessarily typical during a budget season. And I know that we tried to move dates around to accommodate and give more time, and unfortunately we couldn't do that. So I wanted to say thank you. I'm sure there was a lot of midnight oil that was burnt to provide this to us. For me, I'm anxious to hear what's presented tonight. I look forward to studying this document more over the next couple of weeks and meeting with staff and meeting with the manager to better understand and be ready for our second budget hearing. My anticipation is that we'll have a fuller and deeper conversation at that point. And I think tonight it would be nice to listen and to hear what residents have to say, if anything, and then take the time to reflect. So thank you.
All right. Anybody else? All right. Let's close brief comments. Let's go to the next.
Next item, Mr. Mayor, is public comments.
All right, Pete, would you please read your spiel and read the numbers slowly so that anybody at home can try and get on?
Mayor, you may want to make a note that if anybody would like to speak on the millage and budget, they can speak at that time.
All right, that's right as well. On the millage and the budget, you can also speak when those items are presented. But this is your chance for public comments on any issue you feel is relevant and you want to speak to.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you watching us on Channel 77 on Comcast and Channel 90 line on AT&T or streaming us live via our website. If you wish to make a payment, please dial the following phone number: 929-205-6099. Then please enter the meeting ID of 231-627-8415. And once dialed in, please press star 9 on the telephone or raise your hand in the Zoom.
We have anybody? Are there any, I'm sorry, there are people here. Would anybody here who's seated in the chambers wish to speak? Okay. Pete, do we have anybody?
Mr. Mayor, no one has signed up to speak.
Okay, I'm gonna give them 30 seconds and then move on to the next item.
Speak on the piano thing.
So, well, she may want to speak on the budget. Let's go to the next item.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a resolution of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, adopting the proposed millage rate of the Village of Key Biscayne for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022, pursuant to Florida Statute 200.065 Trim Bill, setting a date for a final public hearing to adopt the millage rate, providing for an effective date.
Moved.
I move to table.
Well,
Who
Second,
was the second?
yeah.
Kaplan.
Thank you.
Do we table or do we?
Correct.
Open
We
for
move to
discussion
table.
first?
We move to table. That's
Move to
historically what the village does.
We have Brett's moved to table, Ed seconded, the vice mayor seconded the move to table. Does anybody wish to speak on this item?
On the table.
On the tabled item, correct. Pete, can you read the instructions one more time, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to speak on the table item, please call the following phone number: 929-205-6099. Then please enter the meeting ID of 231-627-8415, follow our pound. And if you wish to speak, please either raise your hand in the Zoom app or dial star 9 on the telephone.
All right. Is there anybody in the chambers who wishes to speak on this issue? Okay. That item being tabled, let's move on to the
We
ordinance.
need a vote.
What's that?
Yeah, we need-
All those in
sorry.
favor?
Yes.
Opposed? Motion
I
carries.
think for the benefit of the public, Mayor, the item was tabled.
Correct.
To then move to the budget. That's historically what the village has done. You guys will then table the budget, move back to the millage, vote on the millage, bring the budget off the table, and then vote on the budget.
Correct. Once we've had our full discussion on the budget.
That's correct. And public hearings.
Correct.
Mike,
Let's go on to the ordinance.
may I? It's not just what we've done historically, it's what's required.
That's right.
The millage is got to be set at a level to pay the budget, and we have to work through the budget and readjust the millage as we do.
All right. All right.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is the first reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, adopting the budgets for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022, pursuant to Section 200.065 Florida Statutes Trim Bill, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion to table.
Second. Is there anybody here who would like to speak on the budget? Would you like to speak on the, or are you here?
Motion to table the budget.
Well, okay, on an item potentially. Pete, is there anybody out there who would like to speak to this item right now?
Mr. Mayor, I do have one person.
Okay,
It's bmknono@gmail.com.
okay. And
This is the hearing on the budget.
this is the
We're
hearing.
opening up the public hearing on the budget.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, there was just a motion on the table.
Should I do the motion to,
Good evening, everybody. My name is Bill O'Connell. I live on 425 Ellendale Road. And I saw the budget summary. And unfortunately, it was sent just a couple of hours ago. I saw this budget in the last 30 minutes. And my concern is about the misleading of the expenses, because in the summary of the budget, it says that revenues increasing by 4% and expenses are increasing by 3%. And when I look to the expenses side, I think the fair analysis of those expenses is by excluding the debt service, because we don't have control in the interest that we pay to the banks. So if we eliminate the debt services, we can see exactly the increase of expenses that we have control. And by making this adjustment, the expenses are increasing from previous years or previous year to 2021, 7.3%. So it's not 3% mentioned in the summary, it's 7.3%. And I think that we have to analyze more carefully about the expenses that are growing in the range of 18% in 1 year, 13% in 1 year, or even 11% in 1 year. Okay, so this is my humble comment about looking to the numbers, but in order to have a very clear and realistic information about the behavior of the revenues and expenses.
Thank you, sir. Pete, is there anybody else?
No one else can sign up, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, is there a vote for the table?
Yeah, we need to,
All those in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, we've now heard, let's, I turn this over to the manager to present the budget.
All right, good evening, Mr. Manager, council members, and the residents who are watching us tonight. I want to thank you for this opportunity to present the budget at the first budget hearing. This is a continuation of the conversation that we had back in June during our budget workshop, and you'll see a lot of the similar ideas, a lot of similar concepts flowing through this as we did in June. First, I want to thank Pete and Mike for getting our new system up and running. And fingers crossed, that's going to stay with us all the way through. So thank you, Pete and Mike. Well done. And as many of you mentioned earlier, we've got a lot going on. And so I particularly want to thank Jocelyn and Benjamin for putting together the lion's share of this budget over the last 2 or 3 weeks, because this has been a heavy lift. As some other people have been focusing on Rickenbacker Causeway, the Corps of Engineers, you name it. So thank you very much for the work that you guys have put together. This presentation will be done in four sections. First, we'll do this introduction, which will be primarily some PowerPoints to set the conditions and set the stage. We'll then go over the capital improvement plan for fiscal year 22. We'll then deep dive into the budget itself, the overall budget. Then each one of the department directors will come up and present their budget and be available to talk any issues that you may have or any questions you may have. One of the things that you'll find, and I'm sure you've noticed it as you've gone through the budget, it's very hard to compare fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 21 because of COVID and the budget adjustments that were made going into 21. In a lot of cases, it may make more sense to compare it to 20, but obviously for budget purposes, we have to do it to 21. So I think there'll be some questions as we go through to really understand what is the true increase or decrease of some of our line items as we go forward. So to start, straight up front, we mentioned this before, but I just want to let you know what I'm looking at and the administration is looking at is what we see as the vision for short term for Key Biscayne. Obviously, we're a vibrant community, the high quality of life, a strong sense of place, a thriving commercial district, a resilient environment, and a true dedication to purposely elevating our island paradise. And with that, we'll kick off the budget for today. Some of the challenges we've been facing, or we have been facing and will continue to face over this ensuing year, is obviously the COVID pandemic. We thought we had overcome it in July. Unfortunately, it's come back, and we're dealing with it right now, and we'll see how it impacts the village going forward. A couple of the other ones we've identified, as you can see, there are a number of them there, but I want to highlight the youth and senior activities. I want to highlight our park space and athletic venues. We heard that during the last council meeting, very much concerned by some of our residents. Traffic congestion and safety is always an issue on the Key. And then also I want to highlight flooding, storms, and changing environmental conditions, a big issue that we're facing as a barrier island in Florida. Some of the opportunities we have coming out of these challenges. We should have a new police chief on very soon, by the end of September. That's my goal. Through the Vision Board, we're looking at perhaps reinforcing the village image and its new brand. Looking at new land use, zoning, and building standards. We're going to relook the beach maintenance contract. And we want to leverage the attention, because we are getting a lot of attention right now, on the Rickenbacker Causeway. We want to make sure that is to the benefit of the village. And then lastly, and we'll talk about that a lot tonight, is how do we build a team, a village team, a staff, that's able to solve some of the 21st century challenges that we're facing here in Key Biscayne. The mission and values, mission pretty much has not changed from what we discussed back in June. I just want to mention just one portion of it, providing superior public safety, service, and infrastructure. However, we have narrowed down on our values, and I think these are very important. Our team, our staff, is going to first and foremost look at residents first. Teamwork always. We're going to always work together. That's whether that's internal to the staff or external to our partners and collaborators. Stewardship matters. We are given public resources, whether it be funding, whether it be equipment, whether it be facilities, and we must make sure we take care of those to the utmost of responsibility. We should always be chasing excellence, and we want to make sure we perform actions through empowerment. We're going to highlight those 5 this year, build the team to make sure we do what is best for Key Biscayne every day. A good portion of this conversation will be about our employees today. And so one of the things that I wanted to bring up right from the front is our villages, our employees are truly an investment, not necessarily a cost. Obviously, they reside on the cost side of the balance sheet or the income statement, but they truly are an investment to where we want to go. They're the face of the village. They deliver our services. They apply their knowledge and skills. And to be honest, the good ones really help us recruit new talent. So we really have to take a look at what we have, the talent we have, and to continue to build the team here at Key Biscayne. Just want to give you a chance to look over real quickly our strategic goals. This is what we'll be driving to. These are delivery-focused goals: safe and secure village, thriving and vibrant community, engaging active public spaces and programs, accessible, connected, and mobile village-wide transportation, and resilient and sustainable environment and infrastructure. Next are the support goals. And these are basically how we provide those services internally, and then how we support these services working with our partners and with the community. With all that added up, I wanted to put 7 things on the table that we will be focusing and we will be delivering in fiscal year 22. With the incoming of the new police chief, we will develop and deploy a community policing program, one that has presence and engagement across our entire community. We will build Paradise Park. We will continue to maintain our beach. We will improve the traffic safety and the traffic flow on Crandon Boulevard. We will take a look at our youth programs and in particular, our access to athletic fields as well as courts. We are and we will continue to pursue all options for Rickenbacker Causeway to ensure they meet our needs. And lastly, we will develop and begin to implement our long-term resilient infrastructure plan. So let's jump into the budget. Quick overview, just some big numbers. The budget for this year, as you can see, is $35,661,000 and some change. The millage rate we are recommending is 3.2188, and you can see how some of the maneuvers are going across the budget. Good news is that whatever we're transferring to the capital improvements is also the same as grant revenue, so it's basically revenue neutral. You can see the amount that we are required by resolution to transfer into the land trust. And lastly, as the caller recognized, and which is a great success, is we've been able to decrease our debt service almost $1.3 million or 38%, actually giving us the capability to do many of the things that we wish to do this year. So here's the budget. I know you've all had a chance to look at it. We can mention some top items now, but I prefer maybe we jump a little bit further as I go through a couple more slides, and we can do a good deep dive when Benjamin gets up there, can go through this in much more detail. We mentioned to you back in June some of the things that we want to take care of and address in terms of revenue, and I'll just mention a couple. Improve solid waste and stormwater collections. As you know, we've actually put that turned that over to the Miami-Dade property assessor, so they'll be doing the collections for us. That'll increase our collections, make it much easier for us from an administrative perspective as well. One of the things we're looking at, we need to and continue to work on restructuring, recouping our building, zoning, and fire inspection fees. And the last one, diversifying our funding sources. We're doing a good job now. We'll continue to do even a better job. But one of the things that you'll see when we present the capital improvement plan is all the different funding sources we are using to address and to build and execute our capital improvement plan. On the expenditure side, as we mentioned before, we're going to evaluate our professional contractual service contracts. We're particularly going to zero in on our facilities maintenance contract. And then we're going to implement administrative budget controls and policies to ensure that we gain better control of the budget throughout the year. I handed this out to you all, I believe, back in June. I just want to make sure you have it again so you see the big picture. A few changes, obviously, since that time in terms of personnel. But again, we can make this available to you all so you understand who's where and what each one of the departments do specifically. So, if you really narrow down tonight when it comes to the budget, there are really two big things that I think we need to be focusing our time and effort on. One is personnel, which I'm about to address right now. And secondly is the capital improvement plan, which we'll address in a few minutes. We laid out to you back in June the justification for these positions. We talked through what value they're going to bring to the village, and also we talked about whether it's a direct offset, an estimated offset, or a qualitative offset. And the positions that we outlined then and we continue to outline is adding a new building, zoning, and planning director. And to get there, we eliminate the special projects officer. And then there are a number of additions to building and zoning planning department, all of which are directed to address building safety. We've also included the fire protection inspector, although it is in the fire department. One of that position's main purpose is to support building safety. In the area of policing, we are asking for 2 additional police officers. And in doing so, we're also asking to reclassify the deputy police chief to a lieutenant, all with the goal to get more police officers on the street and more people engaging with the community. Focusing on capital improvements, a couple positions that we're looking at, and the real goal that we're trying to achieve in capital improvement, or excuse me, in public works, is to enable Jake and Rowan to really begin to focus on the future instead of focusing on painting signs, landscaping, and doing maintenance of our roads. All important stuff, don't get me wrong, but we need folks looking to the future. So one of those positions I want to bring in to focus on current day-to-day operations is that superintendent, the operations and maintenance superintendent. To assist Jake and Rowan on looking to the future, we want to add a capital improvements program and grants manager. And of course, to go back down and support the superintendent, we want to add an additional maintenance labor. And then lastly, in parks and programs, we are requesting to add a community program coordinator. And we want to reclassify 4 of the existing room monitors to include beach ranger job duties. So that's a big picture of where we want to go. We can have a conversation now about those positions, or we can save that for each department.
I'd say we save it for each
Yeah,
department.
I think each department explains what they want.
I won't spend a lot of time on the next sections, but I think it's something for you all to absorb and take a look at. In all our enterprise or special funds, again, we are using these funds to achieve village goals, specifically focused on the goals I mentioned before. Highlight a couple. We will be kicking off the K8 Stormwater Basin project this year. We obviously continue to maintain and operate our basins. And one of the values also of this fund is that we can leverage matching funds when we have a strong stormwater enterprise fund. Solid waste, continue to provide residents reliable garbage and recycling pickup. And then also continue to develop and improve our reduce, reuse, and recycle programs. Next slide. Transportation, just want to highlight 2 items here. We've been able to move one of our freebies to on-demand. We haven't stopped there. We're working very closely with TPO, county's TPO, to become part of the SMART plan. That could come with many additional freebies and actually a potential commuter service from the village to either Vizcaya Station or somewhere in downtown Brickell. And then the Parks and Recs, obviously you all know the purpose of that fund. We continue to seek and identify potential land acquisitions that'll provide us park space, green space, and then any other green areas that can be used to support stormwater initiatives. Next slide. Here's actually a big overview of the American Recovery Act. This is a big win for the village, $6.4 million. Really intended to spend, if you summarize it, on 2 things. 1, projects that cover our loss of revenues, and right now at this point, we have approximately $3.1 million of lost revenues over the last year and a half, which then allows us to spend those projects on what they call pay-go projects. And those are projects that were planned or budgeted in fiscal year 20 or 21, and you can see them listed up there. And then the second one is to invest in new infrastructure. And primarily for us, that means stormwater infrastructure, water quality infrastructure. You can also see the projects that are up there as well. And we'll talk more about those when we get to the capital plan. Speaking of the capital plan, a quick roll-up. We have a total of 24 projects and purchases. The plan is $6.8 million. 1.8 of that comes from the general fund. Stormwater is transferring 312. The lion's share of our our capital improvement plan comes from the ARP funds, approximately $3.5 million. We currently have $400,000 in grants awarded, and we are currently pursuing $2.3 million in grants. That is the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Rebuild Florida, or Resilient Florida grants. Continue to get our CITT funding from the county. We did receive a $500,000 earmark from Representative Salazar. It's an EPA Community Program Fund grant that will support the K8 Stormwater Basin. And then we have $199,000 in state appropriations helping to fund Crandon Boulevard. So that's the big picture. At this point, we're going to go ahead and dive into the capital plan first. I think it's got a lot of details. We want to make sure that we have an opportunity to talk it and not spend our time talking 11 o'clock tonight. So with that, not sure how well you guys can see that, but that's, you do have it in your books. You can refer to it. So Jake, if you come to this podium, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. We have a very inclusive, fun-packed CIP for next year. Certainly going to keep us busy. So what I'll do is I'm going to go through each line item, a quick background, and then we'll have a discussion. The entire program is grouped under a number of categories: general services, public safety, resiliency, quality of life, transportation, quality of life beautification, quality of life facilities, and parks and open spaces. And the first line item is fleet. We are asking $300,000 to be allocated from general funds to provide funding for approximately 7 public safety vehicles for the whole year. And I believe there's 6 of them going to be allocated for police department and 1 for public works. And all 7 vehicles are subject to replacement as per adopted fleet policy. Second line item is facility repairs and renovations. We have a placeholder for $200,000. This is going to be further refined before the second budget hearing. It is to create a pocket of money to address issues that we have on the facilities owned by the village, such as roofs and gutters and et cetera. For example, we got some bid numbers from contractors just to replace the gutters alone in the village hall is about $48,000. So we are trying to be proactive and create pocket of money so we don't hit with a big item every year, but instead be proactive and replace it. So that's the purpose. But again, $200,000 a placeholder. We'll have a further refined number before September 21st. Moving forward, under public safety, we are asking $48,500 for vessel exclusion zone improvements. That is going to provide funding to install 15 regulatory buoys to demarcate the vessel exclusion zone. Moving forward, and the resilient infrastructure strategy integration, implementation, and program management, we are asking $624,000. $312,000 will be funded from general funds and $312,000 from special revenue. And again, this is to support resiliency bond and approximately $250 million we're going to spend next 20 years, the program management and strategy integration for that project or program. The undergrounding.
One of the things I want to interject, and I know it says it out there to the side, but it's very small. This is one of the grants that we submitted as a not a rebuild, but a Resilient Florida grant as well.
Yes.
It probably hits all the highlights of the purpose of the grant, so we're anticipating some success, but we'll find out over the next couple months.
And what is the possible award amount? Was there like do you have any indication, the total general funds amount, or?
Can we,
I'm sorry.
Let's get through before we, let's let him get through. And I know, he was just interjecting. Otherwise, we got to go back to cars.
Okay, moving on. Utility undergrounding phase 1. We are asking $600,000 funding to advance the phase 1 as depicted on utility undergrounding master plan, which was adopted by the council, and $600,000 is eligible to be paid under ARP money.
What's it?
American Relief Plan. American Relief Plan.
Next line item, stormwater infrastructure improvements, K8 School Central Basin. Again, this line item is going to fund the project's design criteria package and a portion of the design build contract. An amount total $1.5 million approximately. $1 million of which eligible under ARP, and then $500,000 from EPA earmark, as the manager mentioned, a total of $1.5 million. Next item is shoreline protection, beach nourishment, dune restoration, 2021 phase 1. This is $100,000 that the permit, the beach nourishment just completed, requires a 3-year monitoring, and it costs us approximately $100,000, and we have to do 3 years post beach nourishment, which will be this year in October. We're going to have to do the first one. And that's a DEP permit requirement, and that's paid under general funds. Okay. Next line item is facilities lighting retrofit for the community center. This line item will fund the LED retrofit for all the lights and fixtures in the community center. Staff went out and received bids, and this $260,000 approximately what's going to cost us. And again, in line of moving village to a more resilient state and adopting new technologies and saving monies on utility bills. Village-wide EV charging stations. As you know, we started with the Fermer Road, and we are looking to provide EV charging stations throughout the village, as well as government facilities. So we budgeted $60,000, and locations are not set yet. But again, once it's approved, we'll be bringing before the council on the locations and how many EV chargers we're going to install. Next item, quality of life transportation. This is Crandon Boulevard Bike and Pedestrian Improvements Project. We are asking this year a total of $900,000. $500,000 of each will be paid under ARP. We have $100,000 in grants and $300,000 from CITT funds. The project includes reorganization of regulatory signage, repositioning of rectangular rapid flashing beacons, reconsideration of marked crosswalks that are less than 600 feet in spacing, elimination of crosswalk at certain locations, revisions on signal timings, and geometric changes on the curbs and gutter certain locations, and separating bike lanes and separated or painted bike lanes. The project, as you know, Cordina Group made a couple presentations before the council. We have some concept. If the budget gets approved, and then we'll go ahead and get the design moving, and then we'll be presenting before the council before the design is finalized and approved. On community center roof replacement, this is $200,000, well overdue for community center. We have a number of leaks, and the roof is beyond repair, needs to be replaced. $200,000. It's again eligible to be paid under ARP money and have no impact on village. Community center rooftop air conditioning replacements, $45,000. Again, long overdue, and community center spin bike replacement for $60,000. Moving forward, quality of life, parks and open space, Paradise Park, remediation and construction. We are asking additional $400,000 in this fiscal year to fund the project to completion. It is going to cost more than what we anticipated due to unforeseen conditions such as contaminated soil, etc. And then we can get in detail and explain, and Todd can explain more on what are the extra items that we faced. Beach park improvements, this is $650,000. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, going back to Paradise Park construction, $400,000, $200,000 of which will be paid under FERDAP grant, which we got the grant already. Beach park improvements, we are asking $650,000. 583 of which is eligible under ARP, and approximately $66,000 under general funds. This project will remediate and renew a number of structures in Beach Park, gazebo, ladies' room, men's room, a guardwood, and a total facelift to the park. We will very likely go with alternative delivery, which is design build, and we plan on bringing a number of concepts before the council for the concept approval, and then we'll move forward with the design build. And there will be, if it's approved, will be coming before the council, I believe, sometime in November, December timeframe. Beach Park Sewer Extension, $42,000. Design is ready. The contract is ready. We are ready to start. Again, $42,000, 100% is eligible under ARP money. Lake Park Improvements Construction, which the council had approved, I believe, last council meeting, $77,000. Again, $50,000 grant money, $27,000 ARP, and zero cost to the general fund. Hampton Park improvements, $50,000. Hampton Park currently has a lot of drainage issues that needs to be addressed, and we allocated $50,000 from FERDAP grant, and we'll begin that work the last quarter of the year. Village Hall Courtyard landscape and hardscape improvements for $50,000. This is to, again, beautify the Village Hall Community Center, fire station outside, curb and sidewalk repairs and landscaping to give a facelift to our government center. Public beach access improvements. As you know, we are working on getting 3 beach access. The first one that is going to be done is Sands, the location at Sands. And we are asking $70,000 to improve the beach access and make it ADA accessible. Again, $70,000 will be eligible to pay it under ARP, and there will be no contribution from general funds. St. Agnes Church light and replacement and LED retrofit, $240,000. Splash pad replacement at Village Green for $150,000, again, which is long overdue. I believe it's about 20 years old. Next item is Calusa Park Tennis Court resurfacing, replacement of nets and windscreens, again, long overdue for $60,000. And the last one is Village Green interior sidewalk renovation resurfacing for $60,000, which is, again, eligible to pay it under ARP. Just to sum it up, the project cost for next year, the total is $6.8 million. $1.8 million will be paid under general funds, $312,000 from special revenue, which is stormwater utility fund, approximately $3.5 million from ARP, $400,000 from grants, and $800,000 from EPA appropriation and CITT fund. With that, I'll open it for discussion and questions.
Perfect. Now, how do y'all want to take them? You want to start with sections? You want to start with, general services, public safety, and go through that way? It seems to be, all right. So general services, that would be fleet or facility repair and renovations? Anybody? Yeah, I figured. Vice Mayor, and then I think Councilman McCormick.
Jake, you have 7 new cars and vehicles, 6 of which are police cars. Does that include the 2 new cars for the 2 new policemen that that Steve is planning on hiring?
I'm not sure where this car is going to go. I can't invite.
Well, the replacements or the additions?
They are replacements.
So therefore, they would not be adequate
Right.
if you hired 2 more policemen.
Correct, but there's some of the cars that we're going to replace, they may be given down to the new officers, I guess, based on the seniority.
Are you getting rid of these cars based on that plan that the previous manager put in place, that when they got so many miles, whatever else, to get rid of them, even if they were in good shape?
Yes, sir. It's
So these cars could be in good shape, but because we have that plan, we're going to get rid of them?
no, it's not. That's not the case.
Why don't we let Benjamin answer that question? He knows it in more detail.
To answer the first question about will the the 7 cars replacements or provided for new police officers. Obviously, if the new positions get funded and approved, 2 of them will have to be used for the additional officers, and then you reduce the amount down to 5 to replace the existing one. Your second question about do they adhere to the new the resolution passed in 2019 with the renewal and replacement policy? Yes. I think it was passed either whichever comes sooner, 7 years or 100,000 miles, depending on what type of vehicle it is. Obviously, some of the fire trucks, apparatuses, they have a longer useful life, but for police car, it's less. But I can share the list with you. Based on our current fleet inventory, we have many vehicles that are way beyond that policy. Even to get us to start adhering to that policy, it'll take a couple of years to just get us in line with what we previously adopted.
But my point is, the reason you get new cars is because you think the old one's going to cost too much to maintain, and it's not a good idea. So therefore, my point is anybody keeping accounting to see what these cars cost us and not get rid of them just because we have a plan that says 100,000 miles or 7 years?
So we've seen increased operational costs.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I've seen
And at what, so at what point doing that are we just following the 100,000 7 years, which to me doesn't make a lot of sense?
The idea is obviously with the addition of these vehicles, you're going to see a reduction in the repairs and maintenance because we, like I said, we have.
Well, you keep buying new cars, of course it'll be a reduction, but you counterbalance that against the cost of a new car.
It's twofold. You're balancing that against a new car and against the residual value when you're replacing these cars.
It has a lot of residual value with
a
police car with 100,000 miles. Anyway, just something you should consider rather than just buying new cars because we have a plan. If the plan makes sound good, but economically, if you keep records, Benjamin, that's what's more important, how much our cost is to maintain these cars.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Councilmember Kaplan, then Councilmember Laredo.
To draw a takeaway from what you were just saying, I gather that you feel, having assessed the repair and maintenance records in reality, that the 2019 replacement policy is sound and sensible.
Not only based on the cost, but also when there's a car out of service, it obviously impacts the service level we're able to provide to the village. So it's cost and time out of service.
Okay.
Councilmember Laredo, then the Vice Mayor can have another.
Yeah, remind me, is the car policy retirement we refer to, is that a village council policy that we approve or internally administrative?
It was adopted by resolution formally by council.
Yeah.
But my point is, as you can tell, that we already debated this stuff thoroughly, and since I've been here at least twice, and we made that policy. And so either you review the policy or I happen to agree with it. So that's one, just so that the record speaks for itself. The other thing, it's important, I think, very important, this budget is approved, that these new vehicles be a very high economical as it refers to mileage per gallon, rather than the big guzzlers. This is particularly important to all of us who are trying to combat and also cost, but because, as you know, I have a very strong view in disagreement with the no chase policy. So if we're not going to chase anybody after the first light, we don't need a plus chaser. And so let the record reflect that these should be a new type of cars, probably smaller in size and more fuel efficient.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, Frank, when we did adopt this policy, we did not basically compare it to our records or anything else. This was recommended by the previous manager. She had her expert here, and we voted for it. All I'm saying is going forward, we should be keeping track of what it costs us to maintain it to see if the policy is meaningful, and we should continue to do it, or we should get cars replaced when they go too expensive to service. That's all.
In other words, it's reality-based, not
exactly.
consultant-based.
Exactly. You got it.
Mayor, I'd like to add something.
Councilmember Moss, then Councilmember McCormick.
Yeah, just want to reflect on what Councilmember Laredo just said. I do agree that, fuel efficiency, we need to be keeping on top of mind. The no chase policy, though, I don't want to debate that up here, but I just remember that the policy is not to chase when it's only property that they're chasing, but if somebody is in harm or kidnapped or something happening, there is a chase. So we have to keep that in mind that, in case if that happens, our vehicles can get there and safely, do whatever they need to do to stop and save a life.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yeah, I just want to add on to that, the car issue. I think what I'm gathering from the flavor of the conversation up here of 7 of us is that there is an appetite for environmentally friendly vehicles and cost-efficient vehicles, but at the same time, to make sure that we have vehicles that are up to the job that we do and to the extent that we do it, but that obviously the car needs to fit the job, but whenever possible, that should be really tried to prioritize. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on general service issues, anything on, or can we go to public safety? I had a question about the vessel exclusion zone. Is that, we're talking Nixon Beach there?
No, sorry, it's our beach.
So the front beach, the Atlantic Beach.
It's the ocean side.
Okay, so we're talking about
Kite
putting,
surfing,
so, okay. No, this is for the Atlantic Beach. This is for our ocean beach.
This is for the kite surfing.
Yes, correct. I just wanted to be
Kite surfing and other
clear.
vessels, yeah.
So the exclusion zone at Nixon Beach, we haven't done anything on.
Gotcha.
Okay, all right. No, I appreciate you guys getting the grants. That's always a good thing. Happy to hear that we're moving with the utility undergrounding. The EPA earmark's nice.
Resiliency.
This is resiliency. Sorry, did anybody else want to talk about the vessel exclusion zone? I thought I covered that. I thought I nailed it. I thought that was probably my best comment all night. I'm sorry, I went to the next page to resiliency.
We're in the,
So we're in capital improvement program.
Number 3.
Page. It would be resiliency now.
Third tab, please.
Mr. Manager, I have tried 2 years I've been here to get something as simple as having the pages numbered and also each one of them dated as is normal in all other businesses and legal, and so that we have a easy cross
We could say
reference.
which number.
And also it avoids the possibility of forging.
We will number the pages, Councilmember.
And they should be dated on the top
Okay.
or wherever you like.
Okay, so under resiliency, so the shoreline protection, I just want to clarify. So this would be, a portion of this would be GOB funds? General obligation bond funds? For the short, number 7, I'm sorry.
Which one are you referring to, Mayor?
Number 7 under resiliency?
What's the name of the project?
The project would be shoreline
2021
protection.
Beach and Dune. Looks like this is a $200,000 GOB.
Yeah, it looks like general fund 100,000 and 200,000 from general obligation bonds?
Yes, Mayor, I can answer to that. So that's $300,000 the total cost.
Right, no, I understand, I see the number, but then I see general obligation bonds and general funds, and then I see GOB funds.
Correct. So for the fiscal year 22, we will spend from general funds because we did not open to GOB bond. Assuming that we move forward with the resiliency bond, which Shoreline was a part of, and if that happens, if it opens up, then we will be paying from general obligation bond because it's qualified under the
During
bond.
fiscal year 22.
23 and 24. 22 will be paid under general funds.
Okay, but our allocation for fiscal year 22 is 300,000.
No, that's a 3-year project. If you look at it,
Right.
Okay, so really, we're only spending 100,000, I just wanted to clarify, we're only spending 100,000 in fiscal year 22.
Correct.
We are allocating, we're proposing that we'll use another 100,000 in 23, another one in 24. Those will come from the GOB.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify on that.
That's
Or
if that
possibly
gets
other
approved.
grants.
Right. Yeah, well, the bond was approved. It's just if we decide to fund it.
No, yeah.
And so the village-wide, you said 60,000. How many units are you considering under the 60,000? I know that's ARP money. That's American Relief Plan money for people at home.
60,000, it's probably, we'll do 15 to,
How much are they
about
per
8 to
unit?
10.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking at number 9. They're talking about electric vehicle charge. I'm all for, I think it's a great idea. Just really curious about where our pricing is on that. Anybody have any questions about resiliency
No,
items?
Roland, Roland. Professional service agreement, number 4. Who's that going to be with? Like, what kind of consultants?
Okay, so there is the $624,000. Again, that's the strategy, integration, implementation professional for the entire bond and all the projects we're going to do.
The entire what?
Entire bond program, the resiliency bond,
Stormwater bond.
and the stormwater,
the resiliency
undergrounding,
bond.
beach nourishment, roadway improvements for the next foreseeable future.
We have contracts now with the stormwater, correct?
We do.
Is that to complete the job or just for this next phase?
It is, we have an agreement that's task order basis, so we give them task order as we move the program. For example, they have, the first task order was given to them was just the gap analysis and the public outreach portion. So they are to complete that. Now, once that's over, the next task would be for the first phase of K8, first phase of the program, which is K8. At that time, we'll be bringing a task order before the council approval. So there is no blanket approval. There's like task by task. As we move forward, we bring it before the council.
What's the estimate to professional services to complete our stormwater program? Approximately.
It's a very hard question to answer because we don't know the entire program. It will be based on what this council decides in terms of what level of service criteria we're going to target.
I'm sorry?
It is going to be decided based upon what this council wants. It will be before the council in, I believe, sometime in November again, to set targets on what we're trying to achieve by the stormwater improvements. What type of
Level of service.
In terms of projection of sea level rise, and what are the improvements we're going to do, and what kind of level of service, again, in terms of 5-year storm event, 2,500, that's really going to determine how much of work effort is going to be there, and then we're going to price it. So the entire program could be anywhere from $30 million to $500 million.
Not for professional services.
Not for professional, but again, the professional is a percent of the entire construction cost. So that's why there's a.
And what does it typically run?
If it's a small project, it goes about like 10%. As the dollar numbers go high, it can go down to 3-4%.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McCormick?
I just was thinking, this is a very quick aside, but what you mentioned about us needing to set the level of service.
Yes.
Just a quick plug that you have another one of those great stormwater workshops coming up.
Yes.
And people should go and participate and fill out the survey because we need that data to set that level of service.
What's the date?
September 23rd.
It'll be a busy week.
It's going to be a busy week.
Councilmember Laredo?
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to bring this up later on the public works and all that, but going back to number 4, and that rather small number of $624,000, I'm being sarcastic about for a consultant for infrastructure strategy, whatever that is, implementation, and program management. Can you explain those words to me? I'm looking to see, we already have a beautifully bound $500,000 undergrounding study that is in somebody's drawer. Now we're asking to spend $640,000. We're close to $1,140,000 on some sort of other study, or am I misreading this English words?
Let me take that one, Jake. So, no, I mean, it's a great question, council member. And, you know, we've been focusing on single lines of effort over the last few years, really trying to understand, you know, what do we need to do from the shoreline perspective? What do we need to do from stormwater perspective? What do we need to do from utilities, et cetera? So what we're looking at, this is an estimated cost. We don't know exactly what this is going to cost right now. But being able to truly understand how in a 1.25 square mile village that you take shoreline protection, you take roadway upgrades, you take stormwater enhancements, you take utilities and any other support functions that are required to do that, and you phase it over time, you layer it on top of each other, and you understand what programming, funding, and personnel you need to execute that. This is really bringing together what work has been done in the past into a plan that's actually executable. So what we don't want to do is, we don't want to open the roads twice. Particularly don't want to open the roads 3 times. So we want to be able to get as accurate and precise of a project as possible.
You see, Mr. Manager, this is a fundamental policy decision that, at least as one council member, you need to understand. You cannot have, on the one hand, growing personnel demands with salaries and benefits, and on the other hand, parallel to that, every time we have a problem or a technical about doing things, we have to hire an outside consultant to tell us how to do. Let's just use plain English words. We study, we paper it, PowerPoints, file it away. Well, then that would be fine if you want to continue on an outsourcing thing, but you cannot have your cake and eat it too. And this village has been eating the cake both ways. This is a $640,000. We already have $500,000, and there are others as $165,000 to tell us where we're going to be in 20 years from now. I don't see any money going to doing things. Let's take resiliency, which comes under all kinds of words. We were convinced, and we made the investment on having a resiliency officer. In this budget, we have now a request for an additional person for that department. And do I need also to give you $640,000 to tell you, well, we need insured protection? You see, I'm not too bright, but it seems to me that we're doing double dipping on the expense side. You cannot have it both ways. You cannot. My question, if you can, and I understood all those wonderful words about layering and all stuff, of this $640,000, is there any doable? Laying a brick, putting up a fence?
No, sir.
I rest my case. You know, Mr. Mayor and my fellow councilman, fiscally I'm very conservative, but I know our people are very conservative that we represent. We just have to stop this. We really have to stop this. This is real money. This is $640,000 for all of the people who are watching and their salaries and their businesses. This is ridiculous.
Councilmember Kaplan?
I read this differently. An example of my intuition when I saw this, the words used to describe this expenditure had to do with the iterative nature, if you'll accept that expression, unfolding over time, responding to sequenced work to determine what the next sequence of work needs to be. A specific example including determining, as a matter of policy, what our desired level of service outcome is, iteratively, and then having a consultant tell us what we need to do in terms of engineering and budgeting to provide for that result, iteratively. That's the way I read this, and it seemed to me that was an appropriate methodology to solve these problems iteratively. That was my reading.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think what Luis is coming from, and probably most of the people in the village are coming from, and said, when are we going to do something? We do a lot of planning, do a lot of engineering, and I guess what we really want to know is, when will all this come together? When we talk about, obviously, we don't want to rip the streets 2 or 3 times. We want to put, if we're going to do undergrounding, we want to do it at the same time. You want to do this. You want to do all that stuff at the same time. That's fine. What's the schedule? You know, or can you project when we're going to start doing anything?
We can, next few years.
Okay, fine. So you're saying in 3 years we should start?
Right. And again, I understand, Councilman Florida's point, $624,000.
No, but excuse me, you're saying in 3 years we should be in a position with all the consultants, the engineers, the planners, the strategists, and all the other people get involved to start work.
Yes.
So we shouldn't expect to see something for 3 years.
No, let's step. There are 2 projects going on this year, which is
stormwater basin.
They came to us with one, ready, done, and dusted, and we stopped it.
What?
When they first came to us with their phase 1, ready to go.
To do what?
To start the first little pilot area in the center of like the residential house private house area
Stormwater.
by the K-8 Center for stormwater, undergrounding the utilities. They were going to do this little block area, and when it came to us, we stopped.
Okay, fine.
They were ready to
I
go.
understand what you're saying, but we're talking about not a little block area. I don't think you're looking at that. We're saying we're spending big money to do all this various engineering planning and everything else. And I think we're getting an answer from Jake, which is reasonable, that it'll take about 3 years probably till everything's ready to go. But that by that time, we'll have all the plans and everything ready to go, and then we'll start digging. But until then, we're gonna have to spend money on planning, engineering consultants. Is that where I'm coming from?
To be efficient in the ultimate
But
planning
is the K-8 an exception?
performance.
Yes, so this year we're going to embark on K8, so that'll be the initial project, and some undergrounding.
And we should be, the underground, again, we should be
Pushing.
in the next group for FP&L, so that we should be doing undergrounding in 3 years also, or 2 years.
When there's this, I think Councilman Kaplan said it very well, the sequencing, or I called it the layering, but this is not just looking at it 1 year at a time. This is looking at it 20 to 30 years out. So
I understand, but
it's being able
but
to.
people want to know, and I think Jake gave us an answer, hey, we're going to spend the money now, but it's going to be 3 years till we're ready to really to rock and roll.
Yes, really rock and roll, but there will be
Well,
some
that's what I'm
projects in
talking
the
about.
interim. Yes,
Okay.
Councilmember Cigarella.
I have a specific question regarding number 5, the undergrounding utility phase 1.
Yep.
If my memory serves me, and this comes from the time on the underground task force and talking about it here ad nauseum, the plan was we were paying for a survey of the village to be done. When that survey was completed, we hand that over to FPL so that they can come up with a binding cost estimate, which they then give back to us, and then we start planning. As far as I know, is the survey done?
Survey, so we divided the entire survey in 3 different phases. So we did phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. The entire money that the council authorized covers the entire job. Plus 1 free up, right.
Right.
And that's the phase 1, the entire job is underway, and the phase 1 will be delivered, which is the central of the island, is probably the next couple of weeks. They're currently doing QA and QC. That's moving forward 100%. So once we actually, probably in about 2 to 3 weeks, I'll have plans handed over to FPL if the council gives us green light to move forward to undergrounding. Now, stormwater project is very likely the one that's going to drive the bus in terms of scheduling, because FPL can start from south to north, north to south, east to west, doesn't matter. It makes no difference to them. So we'll have to tell them. But we decided that K8 being the most important area, and the center of the island is one of the most fragile in terms of flooding. We wanted to survey the central island
Underground.
first. So we can give it to FPL, yes.
Okay, but once you get the survey in 2 or 3 weeks and you give it to FPL, FPL takes 6 months to a year.
Correct.
To give you the bind. So you're budgeting $600,000 for, even though it's ARP money, for something that it is impossible will be done in the next fiscal year.
The planning and the design.
Correct.
You can't design until you get the binding cost.
6 months,
estimate
right.
It's actually the
it's
binding
closer to a
cost.
year.
Let's clarify the terminology. The binding cost estimate the FPL gives you, so for the phase 1, we'll have to give $100,000 in deposits, right? So let's say tonight you approved it, I can call them tomorrow, I get him $100,000 in check. And then they start the work. The binding cost estimate that they're going to give you is actually the design documents.
Exactly.
Plus, if you were to choose FPL, I say FPL, you do the work, I'm not going to give it to anybody, and they say it's $10 million, you have to give them $10 million, FPL does the work, everybody's happy, right? That's the binding cost estimate. So if there won't be a binding cost estimate, then we're going to think, okay, we get the price, go ahead and design. That's not that. So it's actually, design is going to be done within 6 months. We're going to have the full design package and the cost estimate if we were to choose FPL to do work.
For phase 1.
Phase 1.
But you can't start, so if FPL is going to design it already, why are we paying for additional planning and designing?
Well, FPL, we're not going to pay for additional plan and design, but the integration and strategy, that this group of people are going to manage the entire job and make sure it's in sync with the stormwater, roadway improvements, whatever else we're going to do in the area. But there won't be additional expenses for undergrounding project, but there will be some expenses for coordination. Because what FPL does is FPL gives you the plan, shows the electrical lines, but they're not going to tell you whether you need to put the conduit on left side of the street or right side of the street, 450, 350. So there is some engineering design that needs to be done. But again, it's, we talked about it, alternative delivery method, the design build. So when you let as a design build contract, design a portion of the contract, they're actually going to take those plans 100% and build it.
What are the time estimates for the surveys for phase 2 and 3?
Probably, so the entire LiDAR of the island is done. So all the scanning is done, right? And then we asked them to do the phase 1 to be extracted and then the data analysis and then finalized. So that took the longest portion, but the lion's share of the work is done. I believe the phase 2 will be done 3 to 4 months thereafter, and another 3 to 4 months for phase 3. So I'm thinking like probably next June, we'll have the whole thing done.
Councilmember Moss, and then Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Laredo.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify because we were in those meetings together for many years for the undergrounding, and it was clear that the design that we get from FPL is diagrammatic.
Correct.
It's basically just telling you what size they need, and everything's diagrammatic. The designers need to actually come in, design where all the conduit goes. Right. Like you said, the locations of the conduit. Yeah. On top of that, we have other services, communication services that need to go into these trenches, and that's where the real design is. But we need to wait to get that information, the diagrammatic one from FPL, but we still need design.
Correct. Yes.
But I think that, I think what's a little bit unclear in the budget, especially for this item that Councilmember Laredo brought up, was that, I think what's missing is just, understanding what we're missing in our workforce in-house, and where does this pick up anything that's missing, and what can we do in-house? What do we need expertise in? Because sometimes we don't have that in-house, and we need to bring that out and outsource that. I think it's a little unclear to see where that meets, because consultants can be extremely effective if they're managed correctly. You can get a lot more out of them, a lot higher expertise out of them. I think in the past they have not been managed very well. But again, I think it's a valid question of what we can do in-house. But I know that there are limitations, and we need to know where those limitations are and why, and what the advantages and what the value we're getting out of that $624,000.
Again, as the manager mentioned, this is just an estimate. It's going to be probably, Mr. Manager, approximately $20 million for the next 20 years, right? Around there, the money we're going to spend. It's going to be a group of people, the program manager, construction manager, your cost engineer, scheduler, risk analyst, document control manager. There are a number of people that's going to run roughly $250 million a project. And that's what we're talking about. It's not something that I can do alone or Roland can do alone or somebody else. It is a big project, and it's their job 100% of the time making sure this program runs effectively. And as you know, a dollar that you spend on this side, you save $5 on the construction side, right? The planning is extremely important.
Well, one of the questions I do have, though, is the time of this. This $624,000 is estimated for 1 year, or is this for the entire project, which could be many years?
And again, it depends on the level of effort that we're going to put in and how fast we move the program. It's going to scale up and down, and there's going to be costs associated with it through the life of the program. It may be around this for the foreseeable future, next 10, 20 years. But again, depends on how quickly we're going to scale it up and how fast we're going to go.
But the question is that for the whole project?
Oh, no, it's not.
That's $624,000. There's more that would be coming.
Next year. You figure it's about like 2 to 3% for the entire cost of the program is your PMCM cost.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Laredo.
About 67 years we haven't had underground electric on Key Biscayne. Now, we can't wait for a few years and have it paid for free, but we want to go ahead and spend $30, $40, $50 million to do it, or even spend $600,000 or $500,000 or one more penny past these surveys when we can get it done for free. So I am completely against spending any money for undergrounding. You're paying for the survey, fine, that's done, but nothing else should be done. Let FP&L pay for it.
Sir, I would love it if you can get it done for free. And
sorry?
So far, I would love it if you can get it done for free.
Well, the point is they are paying for it. The question is we want to be in the next group, and that's up to our lobbyists who we pay ton of money to make sure we're in the next group.
We asked the question a number of times. It does not change what they tell us. They don't go by neighborhood. What they do is they again, the line
Who's
of
they?
priority is based on lateral.
FPL.
FPL. They may come to Key Biscayne and do lateral on Fermo Road, and they may not show up here for another 10
Well,
years.
that's not what I've read, and that's not what I've heard.
Okay.
Basically, they have a methodology of risk, and the methodology is flawed, it's out of favor, it hasn't been used since the 90s. And hopefully we can get that changed so we will come into the next group, which was the next 3-year group, which is probably starting in about a year and a half, when they will do the entire thing, including the drops.
And you're right, Councilman. You and I spoke about this. Currently, it's based on historic.
Yeah, makes
And
no
so
sense.
the reason why Key Biscayne is not high on the list is because we have not had direct hits, which is good. However, what you want to do, and you and I spoke, we need to talk to the Public Utility Commission to have them change it to a
Exactly.
more forward risk-based
Like
process.
everybody else does risk analysis.
Obviously, that's something we can work on, and we were talking with our lobbyists to begin to have that conversation, but that's not a foregone conclusion. That's the way it's going to go.
Okay.
I don't want to jump off fast and spend a whole lot of money, but there are some things that we can take care of in the short term.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yeah, first of all, this is not personal or about your department, et cetera. This is a philosophical and an operational decision and a fiscal decision that we have to have as a representative of taxpayers. In fact, one of the great assets that you bring to us, Mr. Manager, is the fact that your background gives us a perception that you're a doer rather than a planner. I have to tell you that I do not know what the value added of the $640,000 today to anything that you're going to do 3 years from now. And let me just focus you on, because this world is changing so fast, that's why I've always been talking about, this long-term vision things. Out of IDA, we have a whole new technical, and I share some articles with the manager, perception, and I was a public utility commissioner advocating for undergrounding 30 years ago. But now they're talking about more resilient poles and other types of more manageable kinds of resiliency in electricity. And so we have spent $500,000. Is that going to do us any good to you for your 3 years if you have a yes or no answer? The projects that you're going to start doing in 3 years from now. Does it have any relevancy to the doing part?
Physical construction?
Yes.
Nothing.
Of course it does.
I think the answer is no. You're being very political. The answer is no. It's beautiful and it's got great pictures. So there's $600,000. Now, you come to us.
You say yes.
Yes, it does help you.
Of course it does, sir. Yes, it
Okay,
does.
could you enlighten me on that? How does it help you? There is no redundancy between that and the 640,000? The 500,000 one.
I think the simple answer, we're not going to do anything without a plan, Councilmember. I think you got to have a plan, particularly as complex as what we're trying to do here. And so, obviously the work that's been done over the last few years has been great work, but it's been done in a single line of effort. So what we're trying to do is integrate very, very complex, layered things sequenced over time that if we don't get this right,
because I'm going to lose my train of thought and have other things in my mind for personal. And to echo, because perhaps you're not understanding it, thank you for picking up my point. There's a bigger point here. For example, you're asking for us to hire a planning director. We have to be able to justify to ourselves or our taxpayers, this redundancy. So what does a planning director do 9 to 5? If he cannot do this. I wouldn't, they are very successful models of managing, some right here in this community, of outsourcing on a need basis, technical assistance that we do. But you cannot have that and have a planning director, just to use that. How many, we argue about three cars for a while. We probably will argue about two additional police. I wouldn't mind spending $600,000 and hiring 10 additional policemen. But I don't have a sense that we're 2 years frustrated that we're not moving away from that redundancy. And we're starting in your first budget the same way. That when I came here, there are some needs that you have because I know you're on the staff. Planning department is leaderist. Maybe we should abolish the planning department. It may not be a bad idea. I'm not prejudiced, but we can't have it both ways. That's my point, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Moss?
Yeah, I think to move this along, could you just bring back what the value add is of the $624,000 for the next reading so we can better understand it? Because I think that's where the disconnect is of what exactly is in this and what we're going to use it and how we're going to use it this year. Coming back to FPL really quick for the undergrounding, I spoke to FPL executives a couple times over the past year and before that. And I think what Jake was saying was correct. They go line by line. They don't go neighborhood by neighborhood. So if we do have a legislative item up there, I think that could be something that we need to make sure we focus on, because that could be a big mistake that we make, that they come here, they do 2 lines because those are the lines that are affected the worst. They don't come back because the other one's not, and what are we going to underground just portions? I mean, it's going to be extremely expensive. The longer we wait, the more expensive this keeps getting. So that's another thing that we have to keep in mind, because if we're not in the next group, what do we keep doing? Waiting and waiting until we're down 20 years down the road. I don't want to get into this too detailed, but I think that we should also take the approach of negotiating with FP&L to see if we can front costs and maybe do some type of negotiation of a payback when we are on the list to get this done, so that we can start it now, get this stuff and get the value in front, which we can do the legislative at the same time. So I don't think this should be a one-sided thing. So anyways.
Councilmember McCormick.
I think I've mentioned this before, but all this talk of trying to lobby FPL and move ourselves up on a list or negotiate some kind of a prepay and reimbursement, I think about what we went through with, and Frank, you were here with me, Brett, when Gary Gross came together with his dream team for the beach and to try to get into the Federal Shoreline Protection Program. And it is not my area of expertise. I don't know who these people would be. If there's anyone up here who thinks that they could put together a similar type of dream team to help us achieve these ends with FPL, I ask you to please to do it, because the money that we've spent on this team of consultants and lobbyists, first of all, they identified a grant that paid for themselves right out of the gate. But even if we hadn't, the potential upside is so huge of what they accomplished. And the things that we're talking about with having FPL pay for undergrounding would be the same type of windfall. So those of you who are more experienced in this field or have maybe worked and lived in Florida longer than me, if you know people that you think maybe we could put together a similar dream team, I would certainly be in support of that.
Absolutely.
I got another question.
Councilmember Laredo, then the Vice Mayor.
Just so to give you an idea, and I know we've had a rough year and a half because of the pandemic, but you talked about this conversation we had 2 years ago. And, I'm from the school of just do it. Well, I've met with FP&L people. I haven't been a regulator and have, as a commissioner, request, to move. Nobody's ever made an appointment for us to go to Tallahassee and sit down with the Public Service Commission chairman and others and ask him, they're the people who are doing it. We've talked about it, including tonight. Has anybody been up there?
Yeah, we went in 2019. 2019.
Yeah, we went. Then I stand corrected.
2020.
We need to follow up.
Do it again.
But I will say, Councilmember, I think you're onto something. Yes, we had an appointment. Yes, we went. It was very informative, but that was it. That's where I think the next step of the right people with the right keys to the right doors.
Get on planes and move, because it's the opposite of studying it. And, part of that review that Mr. Moss requested, because he asked a question before about correlating the in-house talent that you have and or are asking for with the possible overlap with that. Because that's where we need to, philosophically, I know it's not, I can't accept it, but I accept it if the facts are.
I understand. We'll
Okay,
keep
and I
that.
think he asked that question, so don't make a note of it, because particularly if we're going to
Vice
fund
Mayor and then Kaplan.
a manager or director for planning.
Let's make a plan.
Two simple questions. Spin bikes. These replacing the
Are you
spin bikes?
moving, are you moving on to quality of
capital.
life
There's no
issues? We're
capital.
still in resiliency.
Okay.
What
Frank?
number?
There's no number? There's no
Don't
number?
jump the gun.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Frank. Councilmember Kaplan.
When you come back, following on Brett's suggestion for clarification on in-house limitations, I think it might help also to address something that Councilmember Laredo focused on, to speak to the difference between what a planning director does and this whole bucket of responsibilities as you conceive it.
Yes,
So
sir.
what are the gaps? What are the gaps you're trying to fill with the 600? And
Yes.
what has been filled by the 500,000? Because I certainly think that's something to discuss.
And to Allison's excellent suggestion, the guy that I spoke with a lot back when, I just asked the manager whether we're still in touch with him, and the answer is we are. And he's, I think, a useful guy.
Let's make it happen. Okay, quality of life?
FPL, but he-
FPL.
Yes.
Armando
Vice
Fernandez.
Mayor, you had a question about spin bikes.
Spin bikes. Are these replacing spin bikes?
Sorry, we were on
13.
quality of life. We went to number 13, next page, bottom of page blank. Sorry, I had to.
Are these replacing existing bikes?
I believe so.
That's for Todd. Let's wait,
Yeah.
let's get Todd here.
There he comes.
Why is the water so hot in the pool? Sorry, that's not good.
Do we wear masks fully?
What was the question, sir?
Spin bikes.
Spin bikes.
Spin bikes.
Is this replacing the existing spin bikes?
Yes, sir.
Lance Armstrong
Something
here.
wrong with them?
They're old and breaking down.
Okay, so they all have to go? They're all breaking down?
This is what we found from when we started.
We've done this before. We've had this conversation
Yeah,
before.
we had this conversation way back last time we did
Yeah,
this.
yes.
I haven't, believe me, anyway.
Yeah, but
I was
it's
up here with
it's
you.
real
All right, so
quick and
next
easy.
que- next
We've
question. People
phased
pay-
up our spinning bike number originally, and we started with 20, and then we bought more, and then we bought more. The problem was that everybody was fighting over the new ones. Nobody wanted the old ones. They would complain, I don't want to get on that one that's 5 years older than the other one. So last time we did this, we started with a clean slate, all new, and that's how we're going to proceed going forward.
And how much do we charge for spin bikes to run these classes?
It depends on what pass you buy, but I can send you the exact pass. If you buy a 20 punch pass, it's anywhere between $3 to $6 a class.
And how much do we pay the instructor?
Usually we pay them a flat fee, and then we profit share after 10 people in the class,
Profit share
incentivizing them
taking into
to,
consideration the cost of the spin bikes?
yeah,
So we depreciate the spin bikes and take a charge against them before we do profit sharing?
no, but if you look at if you go back to the 2019 community center budget, it was about $19,000 away from being self-sufficient, covering the entire operating cost.
Of the spin bikes?
No, on the whole entire building,
The whole entire building.
whole entire operation, so.
Fine. And the next question is on the,
And very high usage.
Yes.
By the way, everybody in the village wants to know when you're going to open the spinning.
Yes.
and
We don't have a date yet.
Stay on quality of life, Ed. I don't want to see you moving on. We're still on quality of life. All right, I'm going to go to Councilmember Moss, then I'll come back to the Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that number 10, I'm very glad that it's on there. I think it's should be one of our highest priorities, the pedestrian safety on Crandon Boulevard. I'm hoping that we can get this one, done and complete, because I think this is one of our biggest things that we can do for any of our residents, keep them safe.
Did you find,
On that
I
one?
wanted to go to Beach Park.
No, on that one, I'm
What's that?
100% opposite of his position.
But it's not green
And I
paint.
send the manager today.
It's not green paint, you know that, right? It's not about the green paint.
No, it's about enhancing the bike lanes.
No.
No,
it's
no,
about
it's-
enhancing the safety for people
Yeah, bike-
walking.
yeah.
And the biggest thing is
Crosswalks,
removing
Crosswalks,
excessive
blinkers,
crosswalks.
So there'll be
to
no
make
part on the
people-
bike.
It's nothing to do with green paint.
No, this has nothing to
If
do
you've
with
been-
anything, right?
About
If you've been
keeping you
watching-
safe.
Okay, if you've been watching, and I send the manager some videos today, the pelotons, they are completely out of control. They're taking over, forget about the green areas.
They're everywhere.
They're harassing mothers going out to Mass
Yeah.
Academy. They're on, takes whole lanes, folks.
No, I agree. And the
I
Granite
mean,
Park,
you know,
I agree.
enough of this.
That's why we need the spin
That's right.
bikes to
Okay,
get them
well,
off the
because
road.
it says they're bike lane.
Well,
Bike-
just what we have now,
That's
I
just what
believe.
we have, yes.
What we have
Okay,
now.
well, just make sure that.
All right, so beach park improvements, I just want to clarify, yeah, the place is falling apart.
Which one?
The number 15 beach park improvements, the showers don't work. I mean, I don't know if you guys are aware, like the showers, like the foot things and I mean,
Fixed the showers recently.
well, you didn't do a good job, no offense, but they're not working. This weekend, they weren't working, and, you know, kids were fighting over the showers. It was,
Okay.
you know, I had to throw a couple kids out of the way so I could get a shower. That's a joke, that's the levity. I did not throw any children other than my own. But, yeah, we got to get that going. I'm excited you guys are moving
Yes.
that. Let's move that, let's expedite that one, please.
And again, there will be a alternative design build. Delivery method will bring 3 to 4 concepts before the council for selection, what we want to do. And then we'll move forward with that.
And then the beach park sewer extension, let's get that done too, so we can clean up the septic at the beach. Councilmember McCormick?
I had a question back to
Quality of life.
the light retrofit at the community center. My question is just, given the fact that there is this sort of out there plan for a major community center, is this part of a total plan, or is it just sort of like, we know we need to do it, or, you know what I mean?
I'm going to invite Todd over. I have some limited knowledge in this area, but this consists, it has nothing to do with the expansion. It's replacing existing lighting fixtures to LED to have it more efficient and
But sometimes when you're going in to purchase the new lights for the entire building, when you're adding on, maybe is it smart to do it then as opposed to now?
First, the shower should be fixed on Thursday. Parts are in. It didn't break it, but I did get calls over the weekend. But it should be fixed by Thursday. And then, what was the other? Oh, the LEDs is all the existing lights that wouldn't be impacted by the expansion. And I'm 100% sure when we expand, we would require LED lights going forward in everything we do.
I think my question is more, do you have like a plan for the community center as it is now of like, this year we're gonna do the lights, next we're gonna, refinish the floors or whatever, or is it, like, how did it come up? And I'm sorry, I would have called you on
Yeah,
this
no,
sooner.
this was a conversation with the manager, myself and Roland. We really thought this was the optimal case for the village to do a test case study on the savings that would be incurred. First, it's the public facility. The lights in the gymnasium especially are old halogen lights.
Yeah, they've been for a while.
And we have all the data. Roland has everything he needs, so he can use this as a test case going forward, and we can get some firm numbers on your return on investment, so you can look at doing the other structures.
Thank you, it's a very good answer.
We were able to, even better, we were able to leverage ARPA money as well, because this meets under the category of ARPA.
That's right.
Great.
Money as well.
All right. Councilmember Kaplan?
Two quickies. It seemed noteworthy to me that Representative Salazar thought about us actively enough to get a plug number from EPA on our behalf. I'm remembering an extensive personal investment that many of us put in at the 4th of July parade in introducing Representative Salazar to our community, and it seems to me that that was a well-spent effort. I'm wondering if we should thank her.
I think, so, yeah, I'm happy to send her a letter thanking her from the council.
The substantive thing I wanted to ask, considering that the beach park, what number? 16, the beach park sewer extension, I imagine is going to be coextensive with the beach club's sewer extension?
Well, that's what it is. It's so that they can hook up to they can hook up to the beach. So they can hook up to the sewer lines, because they couldn't do it otherwise, unless we did it that way. It was going to be ridiculously expensive. They're going to tear up everything up. It was going to be, and for the betterment of us all, I mean, their septic tanks are on our ocean beach, and we do testing for fecal matter in the water right outside of the septic area. So, which seems sort of silly to be doing. So, yes. So
that was the thrust of my observation. We're going to do this,
for the
or
community.
they're going to do this simultaneously.
Correct.
So the design should be,
Works together.
facilitate both, whatever needs to be done.
right. Yeah, that's what we had in mind, and that's how it's designed, so that improvements that needs to be connected in that area, it'll be ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it could even be beneficial if the contractor that you guys are using, maybe give it to them, and maybe they could do the whole thing. They pay for theirs, but maybe they can do the whole thing at once.
Yeah, actually, we extended the beach club, the name of the contractor, because it would make sense to use the same contractor. And we told them this is the contractor we intend on using. And
It'll go much quicker.
is in discussion with them, and they'll use the same.
Excellent.
And then one last, item 23, Calusa. You know, we are historically frustrated by our relative lack of leverage over Calusa, despite our multiples of great ideas. It might be useful next time we get together for second reading to talk about what our commitment is and what our interlocal agreement says about Calusa, because we've always been focused on doing a better job at being more of a steward at Calusa, and we've been stymied forever. So we make these investments. There's a backstory, and it'd be good to educate the community about what it is.
How many of our people use Calusa?
A lot of people go over there. Councilmember McCormick?
And they think it's ours.
Yeah, they do.
On Calusa, having been there now quite a few times with the curative truck, the fence around the Playhouse is worse than non-existent. It's so dangerous, half falling down.
I'll speak with the county.
On number 24, I guess Todd, or I don't know who, the interior sidewalk renovation of Village Green.
Yes, sir.
What about it? Why do we need to rent?
Well, we saw from the survey that paths and walkways really shocked us how low they scored. And the one that we've heard from the most from the public is the one around the Village Green. So we wanted to prioritize that.
People complain about that a lot.
Because I walk in and it's
beat up, it's falling.
Doesn't have any.
It does. It has some significant issues that we could be resolved, and we talked about maybe widening it a little bit. And
I think I've heard from numbers of people, especially when I go to the dog park. They think people are always complaining about the walkways.
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor and my fellow councilmen, I know it's a little bit out of line, but I just have this obsession. And myself and two other drivers just yesterday just barely missed a kid on those things that they're on Grand Bay. I know that we talk ad nauseum about this. I don't know, this thing just haunts me.
Which, the scooters?
Yes.
Yeah, no, those things are horrendous.
They're below your eye level, and the bicycle, and he ran across to, very cautious to the medium, and then he started. The car to my left had stopped, but I couldn't see until he was right in front, and then the other one on the right. I mean, we have to have somebody in the county. We have such wonderful representative. This is a recipe for, and that is where they cross. The reason I brought up, they normally cross there a lot versus, I'm obsessed with this thing.
Councilman, are these powered ones, or are you speaking
No,
about?
they go fast. They're kids.
The kids pushing, okay.
Yeah, and they enter because the restrooms and everything. It's a comfortable thing. We can't we can't expect them to act as adults. That's why they're kids, and it just so happens with those scooters, their level of sight for a driver is dangerous. And I have two. I know Chief is over there, but I don't know what I have no. I usually, when I complain, I propose a solution, but we got to do something.
Councilmember McCormick.
In this item that you were asking about, number 10, the Crandon Boulevard Bike and Pedestrian Safety, in that plan that we have that they're implementing, that intersection gets a lot of attention. I don't know if it'll be the total answer, but the other thing, if I could help try to offer a solution, our communications people put out these wonderful little things from the police department, maybe one about parents talking to their kids about how, you can't see them. And also I've seen a lot of kids on motorized things that without helmets, that kind of public safety, maybe getting sent out in a creative, nice way may be helpful as well.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next item.
Thank you.
I think we're through capital improvements. Thank you, guys.
Bravo on dealing with capital improvements before 11 p.m.?
I was just, yes, thank you all for putting this forward, so we're not talking postage and long-distance phone calls for 3 hours and then getting to capital improvements for the last 5 minutes. So thank you very much. Well done.
So Todd, when are the spin classes going to start? All the women and men in Key Biscayne are asking.
I'd rather talk about the green bike lanes than bring up reopening the community center right now. All right, next item.
Okay, so next up, Benjamin, we'll talk about, initial start about revenues.
Sure, so on the screen, you see the budget summary for the line items roll-up of the revenues. Ad valorem taxes this year are 71% of our total revenue. This is actually down from 73% in the prior year. And I know a lot of the manager's initial discussion was about diversifying our revenue sources. Fortunately, it went down by 2%. I'd like to create credit for that. However, it's really the biggest driver in this is some of our other revenues increased from the prior years due to COVID. So if you look at charges for services, the community center, parks and recreation activities coming back to higher levels. We brought them back to 75% of pre-pandemic levels. So really the driver was, since other revenue items increased, we're less, the proportion of ad valorem actually went down. We're going to continue to look at other ways to reduce that reliance on ad valorem. Councilmember London, I think he was going down this line in the discussion about spin bikes. We want to analyze the fees that we currently charge, whether it's in the community center, whether it's in the building department, to make sure that the charges for those services are more in line with the cost of providing that. You mentioned the cost of the spin bike, amortizing the cost of revenue share to the teacher. We need to take this next year to make sure we're charging market rates that are sustainable to provide these services. When we get to the expenditures, you'll notice that a lot of the costs of doing business are up with our contractors, with our staff, because of CPI. So we need to make sure, on the flip side, that we're bringing in enough revenue so that those services are sustainable.
May I ask you, Ben, because you've done such a great job, but I need to interrupt you because of, our role is policy. We cannot, I'd have a disagreement, I've been in both sides with Mr. London. Public administration cannot mirror private enterprise. So pricing to cost and all of that is wonderful to talk about. But the fact of the matter is, do not play with fees that impacts directly our citizens that they can see and touch, because they already paid for that community center, okay? It's an important difference and a very little money, but we need to be sensitive that is, all of a sudden, if you're gonna put it up because you wanna match the prices of a private person, you're in the wrong business. Don't, my friend here, and I've been in the private sector most of my life, it doesn't work. That's why we have public administration. And the community center is probably, besides the police department, the one tangible interaction our taxpayers have with their government. As simple as that.
If I think this is philosophical.
Maybe you used the wrong example. I know where you're going, but.
What we want to do is, if you don't assess the fees to the users who are using those services, you end up relying on your tax base to fund those.
Yes, but it's their tax base. And I'm sure if we told them they'd rather not pay $640,000 for a consultant than raising they already have taxes to pay for and then fees that are to try to price to market, it isn't going to work, Ben. Politically, it does not work.
Councilmember Kaplan?
I think if you were to, this preceded your tenure here, but if you looked at our discussions concerning permit rate setting, you'll get the gist of what Councilmember Laredo is alluding to. And I'd urge you to take a look at those meetings and try to draw from that the sensibility that we were guiding the consultants in building, planning, and zoning to drive to proper rate setting.
Benjamin, I have a quick question. The interest, just wondering why that's dropping and not going up. Small, but just curious.
For interest income, following the feds, they've already publicly discussed tapering. They don't think until probably fiscal year 23 the interest rates are going to rise. If you recognize what we did on the flip side is it was a great opportunity to refinance existing debt. So we did take advantage of those low interest rates. Here you see the other side of that. We're obviously receiving less interest income on ours.
Okay. I don't know. Any other questions on revenue? I guess we can go to the next.
Next up, expenses.
Expenditures. So while you're going to hear from the department directors on their individual operational expenses, I wanted to hit on some high-level expenditures that are allocated across all departments. You only see them individually in the departments, but kind of give you the roll-up total of what drove those differences. So the first one which I alluded to is a labor cost increase. Our union personnel actually all personnel receive a COLA increase based on South Florida CPI from April to April. There's a cap of that number of 4% and a floor of 0%. The prior fiscal year, we had a negative CPI, so employees received no COLA. This year, that number actually exceeded the cap. It was 4.1%, so all employees will receive a 4% raise. In addition, the council passed a collective bargaining agreement with our union personnel in April. Those agreements also include merit, step increases, and additionally, longevity merit increases at 15 and 20 years of service. Utility costs across all departments have also increased. The flip side of this, we skipped through this on the revenue side, but we had discussions with Florida Power and Light, and they actually, for the first time in 4 years, going to the Public Service Commission to ask for, I think, a 9.5% increase. Unfortunately, we won't know the results of that until November after this budget is passed. So we budgeted a conservative increase on the revenue side of about 4.5%. On the reverse side, the village is obviously a user of electrical services. So you'll notice across each department, their share of utility fees have increased. To mitigate those two increases, the labor and the utilities, we've done a tremendous job in negotiating and reexamining our property casualty, workers' comp, and health insurance. I'm happy to report from our initial projections at the budget workshop in June, we have a decrease of $430,000 across all those insurances. The workers' comp specifically, our mod rates based on some of our most highly risk jobs, which is police, fire, and our street maintenance. The rate for police is now 1.8% of salary. Just 2 years ago, it was about 4%. For fire, 2.6%. It was over 5% 2 years ago. And for our labor maintenance workers, we're at 5%, and that's about half of where it was 2 years ago. So you'll notice in the workers' comp line item and property and liability insurance across all departments, those decreases will be realized. A factor in reducing those rates is obviously we put a lot of pressure on our providers. We got multiple quotes from underwriters. We also put pressure on our agent, and they conceded some commissions to make sure that happened. Additionally, I'd like to commend Lawn and Human Resources because we've seen a reduction in workers' comp claims, and we're getting folks back to work sooner, which helps reduce those rates. Then for health insurance, despite the rising costs due to the pandemic, we were able to negotiate a rate pass for fiscal year 22, which means rates are staying even from where they were in fiscal year 21. On the janitorial maintenance contract, we were able to negotiate also a rate pass for fiscal year 22, even though contractually they were able to ask for a 4% increase. We negotiated that to be flat as well. And we'll be examining that contract in the following year. Additional decreases in the manager discussed in his workshop a moratorium on all new software. So there's going to be a reduction in some of the software increases that were originally asked for in the workshop. We're ensuring that a long-term software plan is put in place where all new softwares integrate with our existing ERP system so we don't have a multitude of standalone systems.
All right, so where are we right now?
Can I ask you a question?
Sorry. Of course, yeah.
On the expenditures.
On any expenditure ever?
Well, we'll get into the operational stuff. Those
Big
are kind of
picture expenditures at this point.
Expenditures that
Councilmember Laredo had a question, and then Councilmember Moss.
Yeah, this has to do a little bit, it's a small amount, but it has to do with the optics or how it looks. And I know when I first got here, we moved a lot of stuff out because if you're a regular citizen and you go in there, so the village council is spending $78,000. And, you know, before we had some outrageous things under council, including property.
Our trip to
liability
Hawaii.
Insurance.
or-
But 56,000 of that is professional services. Maybe I should know that, but tell me what that is.
Yeah, so
Lobbyists.
I'd like to get into when we get to the council budget. I'll
Yeah.
discuss kind of the.
Well, I was gonna go to that.
Specifically, that's a
Well, I have
lobbying contract with.
Okay.
Question about the expenditures.
What did you want to say?
No, I just wanted to say that the caller that called in, and I know I spoke to our manager and our CFO about this when we did the right after you guys presented the workshop. But I think he's right on. I mean, when I do budgeting in our company, we don't include our debt service as part of our operating expense. And we do it on purpose so that we can see what is actually moving from an operating standpoint, not from a finance standpoint, that's financing mostly our capital improvements. And I know we spoke about it. You said that you could do it either way. It's really up to maybe how you present it versus I know there's a very specific way that municipalities need to account, and it may be in this way. I'm not sure. But that's exactly what I did when I first opened this. Within the first 2 minutes, I just removed the debt service and saw that our operating expenses actually going up over 7%. And just so people understand that we need to look at that very closely. A 4% increase year after year doubles our budget in 10 years. Completely doubles it, right? Only by 4% year after year.
18 years.
18 years? I don't know. I did a calculation. I came to 10 years.
He's right. You're
So-
right.
I like Frank. I like Ed's numbers better.
Okay, he might be more right. I don't know.
I mean, I hate to agree with disagree with you.
We'll check it, but we have to make sure that it's
I'm gonna
sustainable,
bet
the
you.
movement. So, you know, the budget has two sides, right? We got the strategy side of what we need to do, what we need to get done, which is very, very important. But I think what I've seen in budgeting and what I feel that has been missing is the projection. You know, where are we going with this in the next 10 years? Is it sustainable? Or are we going up too quickly? Maybe we have to be a little bit less ambitious a little bit in order to make sure this sustains. I just want to make sure. That's the only thing that I see that is missing. So, you know, when we take that off, the adjustment is correct. It's not really a 3% increase. It's over a 7% increase in our operating side of this. So, you know, as a council member, I would recommend that it's either presented differently, where we do take the finance out and compare it year after year in historical and projection without the finance being there, so we can see what's actually happening from an operating standpoint.
Amen.
And I think there's two parts to it. I completely agree with what you're saying, and Benjamin and I have had this conversation. But remember also, 2021 was not necessarily a normal year. So we're actually facing a couple things. One is last year was a year that we spent less. So the numbers are going to go higher regardless of the debt service.
Yeah,
So
I get that.
I think there's a couple trend lines that we'd have to look at to see that. But no, Benjamin and I
For
are
sure.
very aware of what debt service is doing
Yeah.
and can potentially do. And so that's something we're.
And not only that,
we're
we have
paying
contract negotiations that you really can't control. I mean, this is a policy that was set that adjusts, you know, a lot of our personnel. And sometimes that could be also a good breakdown, kind of what you started saying from the beginning, which I know is in some of the report here, but breaking down the actual costs, like our contract negotiations cost us this amount. You know, this came into different strategies of improvement that we want to do. This is what we're going to spend this year for this. But again, I just want to make sure that we need to look at it, but I do agree with the finance mechanism not being part of operating. I think it makes it, because when we start borrowing, it's going to look like our thing goes up like crazy, and it's
More clear. I have no. Is clearer? Clearer is the right
clearer
word.
or more clear. I guess you can
Either way.
No, I agree. I have no problem with that. I think, you know, let's break it out that way, so it's clear.
Required.
Transparency is transparency.
For budget, it's fine. When it comes to the actual financial reporting.
Well, that
You have to have it
it's
like
shown
this.
based on each department, so.
That's fine with me.
yeah, yeah, that's fine. But just for clarity for everybody looking on.
And we should look at it apples to apples. So if we're going back, you need to do it the years back too, so we can really see what was happening.
Right. I mean, yeah.
But you know, it occurs to me that over all of these years, Markham has never commented on this. Is that because this is the preferred method of reporting?
So they're auditing the financial statements, not the budget. The budget is not as regulated as your actual annual financial reporting is.
So this is simply a decision.
It's for us to see and make
Okay.
a decision.
If you do notice from Councilmember Moss's suggestion at the workshop, we did move the grant revenue out of operating revenues into other sources and uses. And I
Yep.
did also want to mention in that section, if you look last year, we used $1.6 million from fund balance to help transfer to our capital projects. This year, there's less reliance using existing funds. We're really showing in the CIP presentation about using grants, ARP money, and other sources, so we're not relying on general fund dollars, and we're not relying on transfers from almost retained earnings or from fund balance. So I think that's also important to highlight, because obviously, yes, the debt service is big, but also this is a bigger number that we're not pulling in from our existing.
Yeah, because before, a lot of those you had in the operating revenues during the workshop, and you moved them down to other. Excellent. Right. Thank you.
And that's an excellent. I mean, Benjamin, you know that I've told you that for me, it's like a night and day from when I first got here, and when I had to survive the shock of or lack of financial controls. Now I feel very comfortable. But, you know, the only time I bother you in this process is to give me back in July, and I have it here in a little graph, because people see this, that we went in 2011, exactly 10 years ago, from a $25 million budget to today you're proposing $35 million budget. That is a $10 million growth in 10 years. I mean, I wish Mr. Lunda was here to hear it. And it just shocks people, particularly when they don't have any. I go back to the tangibility. Taxpayer doesn't see anything different, tangibly different. And that's a question that I will continue to pound on, but it's sort of tied to Moss's comments. I take my view here not to micromanage. I'm trying to stay within the boundaries of the charter. But these trends, we got to stop. We stopped it a little bit last year. Actually, we brought it down from 36 million to 34 million, where we're back to 35 proposed. And that's sort of the big picture. You know, you have to understand us, or you have to stay on your lanes, understand our lane. Our lane is we got to respond to people who have very legitimate questions about how their money is managed.
There's a point of perspective, though, that occurs to me to mention, which is that in the years prior to 2010, we were in a recession for a number of years that really affected our revenue side.
Crashed.
We recovered. It was a soft dip, but it was a dip, but we recovered quickly. But
11% down one year. We had 9.75, I think, one year. I think we had some bad years, but I think we've come back. I mean, I think that to Councilmember Laredo's point, we do have to explain what we're doing and why we're doing it and where this growth has come from. I mean, part of it is we are growing as a community. I mean, there's no question. We are now, I guess the numbers came out today, we're about 14,800 and something, which is...
It's hard to believe.
It's incredible when you think about where we were, 10 years ago, 11 years ago.
So about 1.2% a year.
Yeah, but the bottom line in some of us, and it's a shocking number. It's a shocking graph that you prepare. I mean, I asked you to prepare, and we need to be aware of that because the reason sometimes public life has so little support from the public is contrary to business. If we grow in revenues, we immediately figure out a way to spend it.
Sure.
And, that's kind of we need to find a vaccine for that. You can be a Democrat or Republican, it doesn't matter, independent. If we had a recession and our income, let's call it income, went down, so when their income went up, we just went out and spend it. Well, that doesn't make sense, right?
We have 50% unused office space in the Village Hall, so we got to fill that up also. To hire more people.
So we gotta stop the growth.
Well, no, we have a big building.
All right. No, but I mean, generally speaking, that's kind of the philosophy of some of us who want to support the budget. But the big picture thing is that this trend, and I know there's no easy answer. Believe me.
I wouldn't quibble with anything that you just said, but I would also observe we've maintained the lowest millage rate over the years because I think that succeeding administrations have been disciplined.
No, because our values went up. That's how we maintain
our values
go up. We have
up?
nothing to do with it. Spend more money like crazy.
No,
because basically the value of the property went up. So we say we're great. We got the lowest millage.
No,
That's
but
bullshit.
both are.
The main thing
it's
is
not bullshit. Both are true, but we've cut expenses demonstrably over the years.
On.
It's true.
You're dreaming.
Our budget's gone up $10 million in 10 years.
Over 20 years.
We're
So
spending
that can't be.
Dreaming.
They have a concern about us being fiscally responsible, but they also expect services.
First-class services, we agree.
Exactly. So, I mean, that's the balance that we have to
Deliver them
strike.
efficiently, that's all.
And then we are doing what we can do to deliver them efficiently.
Well, we're going to.
It's a work in progress. How's that, Ed? Are you happy with that?
No.
Okay.
No, but we spend all year at every meeting talking about decisions, policy decisions. Then it comes time to budget to implement those policy decisions.
Right.
We drive those needs.
And what year ever did you ever cut any department director's request for budgets? Any?
I'll think about it and I'll give
Probably
you an
none.
I'll think about it.
You have other minor stuff, but not things
I'll
like
think
that.
about it.
We squabble over advisory boards and all these little small things. You got.
You know, one example that occurs to me, we did a really good job, and I don't remember the year, in, I think, materially cutting the health insurance premium that the village was paying for employees.
We didn't do that. Benjamin does that. We got nothing to do with that. Okay?
It was the.
He's the man.
Well, he's the man
That's
now.
the point. Hiring Benjamin saved us money, so,
but that's not us. Don't pat yourself on the back.
No,
Break
another
your arm.
example is we did a significant revision to the pension that later we decided to
Basically,
re-revise.
When I saved $5 million, you went back and gave him $6 million.
Well,
right?
you were here the last time we made a decision, which was my return to council just a couple of months ago.
Exactly.
I think we should start getting into the.
I think the important thing,
whenever we're gonna
Mayor,
finish.
is, rather than individual one of us and how we felt, is that I think, I hate the word consensus, that we have a consensus that, $10 million growth in 10 years is not acceptable. We have to stop the growth.
that's not, I'm sorry.
No, consensus, I'm sorry, about that we want to make sure that you keep that in mind is what I meant, that the perception of that is a negative perception on us, and and you need to work within that reality.
I think
And the whole philosophy of, we got more revenue, yeah, absolutely right. Not because of expenses or efficiency, because you see it in every other way. You look at number of employees, you look at number, that curve keeps going up, but our prices keep going, our evaluation. So, we have to break that. We have to break that syndrome of more revenues, we'll figure out a way to spend it. The end result is, no matter how you say it, we grew $10 million. What is $10 million out of $35 million? That growth in 10 years is what? I don't do the math.
Sure you do.
Tell me what it is.
You don't know this?
What is the growth?
I don't.
What is our growth in the last 10 years from 25 to 35?
About 40 million, it's 40%.
40, so we grew 40% in our budget in 10 years. Not even the federal government.
And some of it is fixed cost and some of it is discretionary.
Some of it's a value of money. I mean, things change.
This is
It's not the same amount.
philosophical
Listen,
issue.
we're not going to accomplish anything with
Yeah.
this. You want to accomplish anything, when the department budgets come up, you question either department director, and if you don't think, and Steve, and you don't think they need the extra people,
Say no.
extra positions, you say no.
Right, that's
But
it.
you have to have the guts to say no.
Or you have to have the guts to say yes when you're saying
No,
yes.
it's easy. Yes is easy.
But again, I think projections always can help. Where are we going with this?
That's-
Looking out only 1 year, I think is very difficult for us to make policies that compound on top of each other. So, I think just understanding that we're on some type of road over the next 5 years, 10 years, whatever we want to look at, I think is important.
And yes or no is really not the relevant question. The relevant question is why, and if we disagree with the answer,
Then you have to say no.
Yep.
Agreed. All right, let's
Maybe we
move
should
on
move
to village council.
We already did debt service?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll go over debt service.
No, let's go over to, I apologize.
Some of the accomplishments last year, we refinanced and consolidated 11.3 million of existing debt due to favorable interest rates, as I alluded to earlier. We received an interest rate of 1.235% on that 11.3 million. In nominal terms, that's $75,000 of annual debt savings over the next 10 years. I think I'm most proud of the fact there's been a lot of talk about reliance on consultants. We were able to refinance that debt with under $40,000 of cost of issuance. So to put that in perspective, that's 35 basis points. So 0.35% is what we paid. The industry norm, if you look at other cities, they're paying closer to 1%. So by putting a lot of pressure on our service professionals and getting an RFP for a new financial advisor, we really kept costs at bay so that the village realized those savings and not a third party. The Civic Center 2011 A bond matured, which reduces an expenditure of $777,000. We matured an equipment and auto loan early within the year. It was set to mature later in the year when we saw interest rates decline. It made economic sense to pay it off early to realize some savings within the fiscal year. And on the flip side, we issued a new bond for $750,000 to purchase a fire engine at 1.76%, and that was done at no cost because we handled the RFP all in-house within the finance department. A look ahead to next year, the 2011 Civic Center 2011 B bond is matured, which will save an additional $686,000. The Civic Center land acquisition 2011 bond gets matured, which will save $229,000. And it's important to mention, as you see these 20-year bonds mature with the Civic Center, is where we see on the CIP budget, obviously, the increased cost in maintenance on these facilities now that they're reaching that 20-year timeline. So they're getting paid off. Obviously, it will need some attention in the near future to make sure they're kept up to date. That's the sum of debt service. Any questions on that?
I just want to thank you for doing a great job on that, saving us a lot of money.
Well done, Benjamin. What rate do you use when you do your present value of savings?
So when we refinance the 11.3,
well, you got the
use the actual
754. You got present value. Present value using what number?
The 1.235.
1.235. Thank you.
All right, next item.
All right. The next department is the council budget. If you'll notice here, costs are same as last year. The biggest driver is the $56,000 lobbying contract with Converge Government Affairs. It's a $55,000 contract with $1,000 for expenditure reimbursements. There's also $9,000 in travel. I know it was mentioned about traveling to Tallahassee. If the council, there's funding available, obviously.
I've been fighting this. Why does it have to be under village council?
Because these funds are specifically for council members.
No, I'm talking about the consultants or the lobbyists.
There are lobbyists.
Who's lobbyists?
Our lobbyists.
The village.
The council's lobbyists.
He doesn't lobby for me.
What's that? No,
I'm against it. I'm against the 56,000. But if somebody looks at this,
well, the council hired the lobbyists. The lobbyist represents us in Tallahassee.
It's just for legislative items. This is why it's on the council.
I don't understand, or maybe there's a financial. If I'm a citizen looking at this number, folks out there, we get the pizza and the hot food that we get and some tea. That's it. And then anything else is either travel that is part of our time that we devote for free.
Right.
But it doesn't. The council spends no more than what, 18,000? Not even that. If you take out the lobbyist. I don't know why the lobbyists have to be there.
Would make you feel better somewhere else?
Yes, sir.
Where would you put it, though?
Because of the appearance. Absolutely.
You put it in the administration.
Yes, thank you. The idea that they represents us, that represents the village.
Well, we represent the village.
Well,
I think this goes back to when the village first decided to contract with a lobbyist, that it came from the council. And they report to us. Although I will say, I think that the relationship has maybe changed over the years, and I think that the manager does really do a lot of the interacting with the lobbyists and on a regular basis.
Make you feel better with the manager's budget?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a shift, though.
Thank you. I didn't know the history of it. But it's also that it's incumbent upon his duties.
No, but I think I disagree with you respectfully. I think it's our lobbyists. We're the ones. I mean, to your point about going up and hitting FP&L, we need our lobbyists to be making those meetings for us.
No, we do not.
Well, I think
it doesn't really matter.
With our legislators.
But the point being is, it makes no difference in the budget. Makes him happy.
It's not that it makes me happy. It's more transparent for the people that we represent. We do not spend $56,000 on us.
Hire the lobbyist, right? No.
But we hired everybody.
Exactly. No, we don't hire everybody.
Well, we only, excuse me, under the charter, the only person we can hire
3 people.
Is 3 people. Period. The word hire does not exist past those 3 people.
So these are not employees. This is a consultant. You love consultants.
I don't think we're getting our money for $56,000. And we'll see, because if you can't get money in this year, let me tell you, when they're throwing money out the windows in Washington, will see what I'm talking about.
This is
But this is not,
This is Tallahassee. Let's be careful. This is just.
well, then
Which is
even
a
worse.
different thing that maybe we should talk about.
I mean,
Do we
yes,
think we're
I'm
getting-
sorry, but it's a small amount, but I think that for people to understand, you know,
When
it should,
when the lobbyists go to Tallahassee, the work that they do is to lobby on behalf of the village of Key Biscayne. They're not lobbying on behalf of the village council.
absolutely, thank you.
I don't think it's optics, but
it's an important.
does it matter? Do you?
We'll take it out of the manager's budget. That's
Look,
fine.
just
Got no issue.
Just something that, I mean, I can go either way on this. It doesn't matter. The only thing that does matter is that it does change from one year to the next year. It makes look like, it looks like the manager's budget's now going up and ours is going down, that we made a change. I'm just saying, from
Remember,
transparency.
all of us will be
you
up
don't have
here
the
next
continuity,
September.
but
So let's
I'm okay
remember
with it. I mean, it
that
doesn't
we've
really
been
matter to me.
Doesn't make it.
First of all, there is the optics, you want to call it optics, it's substantive transparency. We are part-time, I mean, volunteers, they don't represent Mr. Moss, Ms. McCormick, they represent the village, number one. We, under the charter, only hire those three positions. So it's clear and aligned with our charter, because I am trying, Mr. Manager, to move us back into our charter type of government and not getting into micromanaging. So it is optics. It's not that it makes me happy. It makes a lot of people more comfortable with it. And so I would suggest you move it to the
anyone have a
administration,
problem
et cetera.
with this?
And by the way, where's the Washington lobbyist expense? Where is that?
So that's part of the Beach Dream Team that I was talking about.
How much money
And
do we
that's-
pay them?
Where do we have?
That's underneath the manager's budget.
So there
in the
you go.
administrative budget?
So just
All right,
all
so,
together.
all right,
have a problem with it.
let's move it to the manager. Let's move on, because,
Yeah.
I will say,
again,
though,
we're getting
also
caught
think
up in
that a shift-
56,000.
Well, a shift, but it's a little bit more because it's a little bit of like how do you see it? But
Doesn't affect our budget.
But what were you going to say? Go ahead.
what I was going to say is, since I've sat here, I think the wording has changed too. When I first got a budget and saw the council budget, I think it said lobbyist services, which I think was a little clearer. Professional services does sound like we could have like a manicurist on staff.
All right, let's go.
Yep.
So,
Mr.
Mr.
Mayor,
Manager,
we'll gladly accept it into the manager's budget.
thank you.
All right.
Let's go.
Advisory boards.
Okay, the next budget is advisory boards. Biggest difference here, obviously, the vision board, there's a reduction, $165,000. That was a contract that the council awarded to DPZ Coast
Right.
Line. The art in public places, there was actually a transfer, that $35,000 is now in the Parks and Recreation Department.
Okay.
Decision made that the art advisory is mainly for the community center and
Right.
places, a little report to Todd. And then the only pending item is the EAB, which is a
Right.
$6K actually reduction
Sure.
from the prior year for Mass, Key Biscayne K-8, and Gable side.
Yeah, this is something that I brought up last year, and it didn't get changed, but I'm pretty sure if we look back, we had consensus. We were going to change the name from advisory boards to community initiatives. One thing that does bother me is the optics again. We don't need to move them from any location to another location, but the Vision Board is not receiving $165,000. The Education Advisory Board is not receiving the $37,000. These are initiatives that council has implemented that we want to put things towards education, put things towards our vision. The boards are just advising us on where we want to do it, but they're not receiving this. And when you look at this, it looks like they're receiving $165,000 and they're sitting there playing with it and buying stuff with it. It's not like that. They has to go through us. So I would say community initiatives, take Vision Board out and just say Vision, and Education Advisory Board out and just call it Education, because those are our initiatives. And we have money there, and the advisory boards are another wing. If they need money directly to buy food or whatever so they can have their meetings and have some donuts, we can put something there just for all the boards, and they have some money they can do that with. But it shouldn't look like that. I don't like that.
But the recommendation came to us from the advisory board, the 2040 board. That
advise us.
Yeah, but they advised us.
Yeah, but it was them who came to us asking for an appropriation of $165,000. Originally $100,000, and it went up to $165,000. I don't think you can. I mean, I don't have a problem. I disagree with it, but I the majority rules.
But in
I
the
don't.
end, we
I
don't
think
need.
it's a board. Let's just don't change it. I don't think that. I'd like to increase the education board, because I think we're cutting them back. And I don't.
That, we're not cutting them back. That, they
Okay,
work.
then
That was
fine.
their ask.
They work with the school. They decide
Stand
what
corrected. Good.
they
All right.
think is
Yeah.
worth funding or not.
Yeah, it's
I
okay
would leave that.
it's, I have no problem if going through a board. I may disagree with a particular, it could be issue, but I don't put any connotations that they're using it for themselves.
But
I know.
it is being said in, like, it's being put in the
it's
chat.
on the chats, those lovely
But
chats.
it's always, the thing is,
read those things.
you know what, though? It's for the innocent people who see it, and then they look at the budget, and it looks like there's confirmation.
We're on I want to get back to you, I promise you some list. We spent 2 years ago, we did a whole workshop on organizing the boards. We're getting there, we're almost there.
We're not changing the name
No,
of the
he
board, we're
suggested
changing, he
No,
didn't
no,
suggest
no.
changing
It's
the
a
name of the
budget
board.
item.
In the
Just the budget
budget.
item.
That's all.
That we're not, so that it
There are
is clear
initiatives.
that we're not giving money to the board, but rather we're giving
no
money
problem.
for the vision.
If everybody's happy with it, let's just,
It's a good
I
comment.
agree.
That there are
Yes.
people who say,
of course.
Yes, really say it.
There are
And
people who said
circle,
the
this
Community
is a
Foundation
charter
made
violation.
$125,000.
Yes.
Brett's observation is correct in my mind. We should do
I think
exactly.
let's change the name, Vision and Education,
I think that is right.
because that's what we're looking to put that money toward as a council. Good.
I disagree, let the record reflect, because I stand to defend all of these boards.
But
Even
there's
if I
no,
disagree with their work, anybody who alludes that they're being used
there's
for
no,
personal use, I would rather face, I'm a fighter on principle. I'd rather face that than, change the name. It sounds like,
I want to clarify, so it's money coming from us for the vision, money coming for us for education.
there's no change to any of the boards as a
No,
result of
absolutely
this.
not.
Nothing.
This is simply an observation that for using the vision board allocation as an example, they wanted a consultant, and this expenditure is to pay for that consultant.
They're advising us, for us to hire a consultant, for us to do the vision. They're advising us, they're helping implement it.
But there's no structural change at all to
Nothing.
any of these boards.
Nothing changed. It's just an optic.
but you're backing away from a principle. I'm being outvoted. You're backing away from a principle. I would stand to fight how could you allege that, if I find out, I would be here with a different.
I'm not alleging anything.
No, it's there.
That somebody is using the money for their own.
No, what I'm trying to say.
What
What I'm trying to say, when you're doing budgeting, if the boards need something for themselves, we budget that money in there. So if they want to have drinks or have an event or something that they want to do, and they need $1,000, then that goes towards the board. But if it's something that's our initiative to hire somebody or have a partnership with the county, that's between us, whether we have the board there. If the board is no longer there and we're still doing this, then we have to change it again. So it's just incorrect from a budget standpoint, that's all.
Well, perhaps, and may I offer maybe an alternative, there's no one on the vision board who has the authority to do contract
No, nobody
oversight.
does.
No, that's right.
So
This
perhaps
is
this
all
money
perception.
should be in BZP as a line item. That might be an option as well. I mean, the money is the money.
Well, it's gone anyway. I mean, it's off. It was spent last year, so it's not
But for
relevant.
future,
to
if
the
we are going to fund,
Well, it's budgeted for 21. It's
No, I
not
know.
I
budgeted.
think, though,
We need a
the boards report to the council and advise the council. So any money that is spent at the suggestion of a board is spent by the council. I think it's appropriate where it is, but I think Brett's suggestion is correct, and it alleviates any possibility of anyone thinking that an advisory board has any type of authority to spend money at their own will or has any control over village funds. Nobody does. None of us do. No board members do. I think Brett's suggestion is great. If we need to see if we have consensus, I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
could we clarify that, Mr. Mayor? I'm not quite sure I
We
captured
just want to
it.
change it to vision and education under advisory boards on the council.
But you're also going to call them community initiatives?
Yeah, instead of advisory boards,
Right.
community initiatives. They're our council initiatives. They're really council initiatives.
Council
and they're on the
initiatives.
council
They're all
budget.
council initiatives.
Council initiatives that we decided upon based on the advice of the boards that report to us.
And for historical purposes, the art in public places, the new.
No, those all stay, those
I think
monies,
it's the same. Art in public places can stay the same name because it doesn't say board, but it's towards art in
That's
public
right.
places for us, and we have a board that advises us
And
how to
that
use
is
the
our
money.
initiative to put more art in public places.
I think Owen's fine. All right.
All right, can we move on? Are we good?
On from the community initiatives, we have the Office of the Village Clerk.
Okay.
In terms of staffing level is the same. We have a village clerk and an executive assistant. Nominal increases in personnel costs, obviously due to labor contracts. The biggest change here is obviously in communications. There was $30,000 that had previously been budgeted for disaster communications. Since we have an in-house communications officer, we've reallocated about half of those funds back to the administration department, and the other half have been savings to the village.
Okay.
You notice other current charges increased. A lot of this had to do with legal advertisements for ordinance notifications. We did a big push last year for the solid waste and stormwater to move on to the property appraiser's tax bill. Those required both advertisements in the Miami Herald, local newspapers as well as notice to the community. So that's why those costs increased. Yes.
Also have to be, I would assume, communications about elections next year, or is that included in here?
Well, that's my question. What, aside from the increase, what else is in the other $69,000 or $70,000 in other current charges?
So other current charges.
And why has it gone up so much every year?
Well, it went up in 21. No, it actually, it went up from 20 to 21, and then 21 to 22.
Which line item are we on? 49?
49, yes.
And these advertising, it's not part of printing and binding, so.
No, so of that of the 81,000 budgeted, 38,000 of that is for public notice and legal advertisements. That's separate from printing and binding. Other costs in there for other current charges are server maintenance for Channel 77, closed captioning and coder for ADA compliance, for publishing the council meetings, and election advertising expense as well.
Okay.
But we're, Clerk, you're anticipating more advertising than usual this coming year because of projects? Why it's going up?
I think we're increasing it a little bit because we had a lot of advertising that we had to do unanticipated. So we wanted to make sure it was in the budget.
For which, are we talking about this year coming up or last year?
This past year and for next year.
Okay. I mean, you're budgeting these numbers for essentially, this is campaign advertising, this is election advertising, this is.
The bulk of it's legal advertising. So if you look at our year-to-date expenditures, we're projecting to go over because of those big ordinance changes. I think this protects us in the future for the unknown. If we do some major ordinance changes that are obviously in the best interest of the village, now there's funding available because you're legally required to advertise.
Okay.
So that's
all right. So you were budgeting for potential increases that we see.
Obviously, if those don't happen, you'll realize.
Understood. All right.
On the system that Ed London suggested to facilitate the constant demand for public records, that's included in its budget?
Yeah, subscriptions.
Okay. Under subscriptions and memberships is the $15,000 for that software solution that we alluded to in the last meeting.
Mayor, can I bring up an item here under this? And I've been kind of researching this in the last week and a half. The salary that we're paying our clerk, I think that we need to relook at this. I negotiated an extremely low salary for her to start. She had no experience at the time. Wanted to see if she can, do the job. And me personally, I think she's been doing a great job. I don't know how everybody else feels. I sat with Juan, our HR, to find out what other clerks are making in the area, and they range between $80,000 to $146,000. I was thinking of proposing an increase to get her more in line with what a clerk should be making. Right now, she's making only maybe very close to what her assistant's making right now. So I think that I think we should look at this and maybe offer a change. What I was going to propose, based on how how good she's been working based on what clerks are making, starting at 80. I was thinking maybe 86,000, maybe an area to start at.
What's she making now?
She's making 70,000 right now. So she's making 10,000 below what we found as one of the lowest in the area. So, that was kind of what I think that maybe would be a fair location. But if anybody.
Is that in the budget already?
No.
Okay, so it would be another $15,000, $16,000.
Yeah, and one of the other questions I had before we.
Yeah, well, then, right.
Yeah,
And
and one of the other things I wanted to bring up too in the budget that I found, I just want to make sure if this is correct, because under communications currently it has dropped 11,300, but in communications infrastructure under number 41 under the highlights and changes, it says it's been decreased by 30,000, of which 15,000 was transferred to administration. Is one of these incorrect? Is the budget in the clerk actually should be lower or no?
No, so as I mentioned, from that 30,000, 15 of that was transferred to administration. The other 15 was just savings. The $4,000 difference there is increase in I think in IT equipment or Channel 77.
But shouldn't the item go from $35,000 down to $5,000? It's going from $35,000 down to $24,000.
Went down 15. Remember, 15 was saved, and then there was additional increases for other type of.
Oh, inside there. That brought it back up.
Plus
Okay.
15 in administration.
Okay.
So we split the difference.
But again, I don't know what you guys feel. We could bring it up in the next meeting if you guys want to think about it.
Yeah,
We don't do it
that's-
right here because, again, I don't want to put you guys on the spot.
No, you're not.
Think about
but
it a
it
little
should
bit.
be
We'll
included
look
in the
at it.
budget.
Okay.
We'll think about
But
it.
just, yeah, I think
Where is
that it should be adjusted.
forgive me, where is the 50, I'm missing it because I'm, so many little numbers. Where is the $50,000 description for the system, the new system? Is it in this budget?
Line item 54.
She sent it to you? Third from the bottom.
It's a $17,522 for the purchase of the document repository system.
Okay.
Under 54.
Again, it's just words.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody looks at subscription and membership. Why don't we just call it by its name?
There might be other things in there, right? Other than that?
So for these categories, these categories are regulated. There's
Okay.
the Florida Uniform Accounting Handbook, which defines
Okay.
these object codes, and will be
It's
audited.
a stretch for the regular people from buying the software, which is an investment. It is not a expense. An investment towards efficiency, that's subscription. These are subscriptions, 17,000, what are they members of? If you have to do it, you have to do it, but boy.
Could you
talk
include a
about
parenthetical?
communications.
Excuse me?
Could you include an elaborative parenthetical?
Parenthesis?
Sure, and part of the reason for that difference in software is most of the software purchased today is SAS is software as a service. So it really is a subscription membership to use this. You don't host these internally anymore. They're
Okay,
all
but
web-based, cloud-based.
The regular folk don't understand that. So it's maybe at parenthesis, software, just put it there so that, please.
Sure.
Chat. I guess the administration, I just make a motion to cut them by 50%. Is that okay?
Cut what?
Administration, the next item. I wanted to get ahead of you. See if I can get a consensus. 50% across the.
Being generous.
Because we just dumped the lobbyist on them.
Oh,
Because they serve a 50% cut.
that with me?
You know what I mean? We're joking, Mr. Manager.
All right, so
The lobbyist first.
That's not gallows humor. It has indeed. It has indeed.
all right, in the administration budget, I want to first talk positions. The Chief Resiliency and Sustainability Officer was actually moved from administration to Public Works. So to see a decrease in position there, we still have the officer, he's just located in a different department just to provide some clarity. In terms of positions, there is a proposed additional 2 positions. The Executive Assistant and the Procurement Officer are the 2 new positions for this department. that obviously the proposal of the new additions will drive the personnel and salary costs that you see in the budget roll-up. Other big drivers here, we talked about the beach consultant contract that's in the administration budget. Just to be clear, so everyone knows the cost of those, that is between the three, we have federal, state, and local, $168,000 amongst the three consultants, and now we're proposing adding as well the $56,000 from the council's budget. So that'll be, I guess, a second reading will be added to this budget as well. Other big drivers in administration, you obviously notice the decrease in promotional activities. That was where the $125,000 from the Key Biscayne Community Foundation was originally. So obviously, there's a decrease. When we get to the Parks and Recreation Department budget, the manager, Todd, will talk about some of the proposed changes, obviously with the loss of that professional services contract.
Sorry, where was that?
That's in 48 promotional activities.
Right. So,
Benjamin, when you subtract the police department, the fire department, building and planning and zoning, debt service, how much is left of the $35 million? So
you're talking just admin?
Just dollars. So we got $35 million. You got about 16, 17, 18 million on police and fire. You got debt service for how much? A couple of million, right?
Two now, I think.
But what I'm saying to you is that we probably wind up with somewhere around $10 million with actually stuff we buy. Why do we need two procurement people for that? I guess that's my question to you, Steve.
Well, we only have one. Actually, we don't have a procurement person right now. We have
right here, we got a procurement officer, procurement specialist.
Well, we have a procurement person who turned from a permit clerk to become a procurement specialist. So she's just learning. As we begin to move forward in some very major contracts, significant A&E contracts and construction contracts, we can save a significant. First of all, we need to get our RFPs right. First of all, number one. Number two, there's an opportunity to save a lot of money.
We don't have to worry about that. Chad takes care of that.
He charges a lot more than our procurement officer will be paid.
Why don't we rely on unsolicited bids?
It's an option, but we get what they ask for.
So my question is, fine, so you need someone who's bright, on the ball, knows the stuff. Why do you need two?
Well, we actually need the procurement professional. The
I
person.
why have procurement, the
Specialist you're asking for.
Because they were working for us?
Well, we'll make that assessment when it happens. Right now, we have the individual doing the work. She's obviously not procurement qualified. She was transferred over from a clerk.
So the question is, when you get the other person, you're still going to keep that person?
We'll make that call. I don't know right now.
Okay.
I can't make that call to that individual.
I mean, again, this is the kind of thing, when we're budgeting for it, we might make the call, but, the tendency is we're nice people. No one wants to let anybody go, okay? But we also have natural attrition, so you move people around, so, you don't have to let them go, so to speak. But if we don't decide that you only need one person, we're going to have two people. It's just normal. It's just human nature.
No, I understand, Councilmember.
And also, it's so important to me, and I'm sure most of us, to nurture, support, and help people who are in our family to grow, instead of going out and hiring somebody new. I don't know the lady. I don't get into micromanaging, but if she's, she is an officer there, you have to make the evaluation. But I think what the council, the vice mayor is saying, you can't have it both ways.
No,
it helps morale if we support people.
But I believe you're right, Councilmember. You can't have it both ways. If the village and the council wants us to actually pursue an aggressive capital improvement program, we need professionals to do that.
And we were told earlier that it's 3 years from now.
No, he said you were going to begin to see impacts 3 years from now. But there's a number of procurement opportunities between now and then.
But maybe to Mr. London's, I don't know if that was his point, but my point, I really do believe in corporations to nurture the people already in our staff. They provide them support, provide them educational. In fact, that's what we did with the clerk.
But I think there's also a very different skill level between a procurement.
No, but it's a philosophy.
We can't second guess him. He knows who we can have and everything else.
So now you're backing up.
No, I'm still saying that's not our job, but we just need the one professional, not two. And if the one person is not qualified or won't be qualified, then he has to hire somebody else. And I'm 100% for that. I'm just saying we don't need the two, that's all.
The one thing I would observe, just from life's experience, is complicated A&E procurement is a very different thing than procurement.
Yeah.
Yes.
Steve, I have a quick question. The CRO, when we're looking at fiscal year 2021 budgets, is that including the CRO salary in there or not at that time?
So for fiscal year 21, it includes a quarter of the CRSO position. What we did was allocated it 25% administration and then 25% against some of the special revenue and enterprise funds, transportation, stormwater, and solid waste, because he had a hand in working on all those.
When you move them from one department to the other department, you don't move those salaries over in historical, so we're comparing apples to apples?
No, so the historical data is actual. That ties to our financially reported data. I wouldn't alter it.
Okay.
I got a couple of questions on two different topics. First one is back to the procurement officer. Humor me. What does a procurement officer do?
What does the procurement officer do? First, that individual identifies, no, first of all, they work with the departments, understanding requirements, clearly defining requirements so that you can put it into a scope of work that actually is something that is executable. Number two, the individual creates relationships with potential vendors, also things like co-ops and other piggyback opportunities, other cities or municipalities who have similar contracts that we can work with, maintains that database, understands what contracts are available, perhaps at a better option than we can or less cost. Thirdly, they maintain a database of existing contracts to ensure that we're getting the best of these contracts, ensuring when they come to conclusions, and we have many contracts that expire and do not re-up, and we have to go back and do them retroactively. And that's still at the beginning. And then once we submit RFPs, we put them out. That individual has a true understanding of the evaluation process. We put together an evaluation team, has relationships within the village as well as external to the village, so we can have professionals evaluate them. An individual understands negotiation, making sure we're putting ourselves in the best situation to get the best cost for the product that we're buying. And then probably the most important thing is the contract management, to be ensuring that we set the standards all the way back to the requirements in the RFP, that we have a contract in place that we can actually measure the contract, the value we're getting, and ensuring that we're getting what we're paying for.
Who's been doing that on behalf of the village up to now?
At this point, we don't have anyone doing that right now. Let me take that back. That's not fair.
Well, we've had RFPs, we've had contracts.
Mostly is our directors are doing that.
Okay.
And it's taking them away from actually doing director duties. They're still a part of it because they're the technical expertise, but there's some contractual requirements that have to be done by a procurement specialist.
So going back to some of the problem that I have is, number one, I'm not sure it's necessary. Number two, I'm pretty sure two people aren't necessary. And number three, the second topic I have questions of is how can a net gain of one person in the department result in a 20% jump in payroll?
Well, I think we have a net gain of
20. I'm looking at page.
Oh, a net gain, you're right. Okay, so we have an increase of.
So how can one more person add 20%? And I'm sure there's raises in there and all that other stuff, but how do you jump 20% by adding one person?
But not only that, you're removing the CRO also.
The position that we reduced.
Net gain of one person,
Well,
20%.
the position we reduced was one person. It was only 25% allocated. So think about it as a 1.75 addition.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Position that was transferred out, the CRSO, he was only originally allocated at 25% in this budget. So you're adding 2 and you're reducing 0.25. So it's a 1.75 net addition.
So really it's a quarter of an employee, not a full employee that you're removing.
That's being transferred.
Roland's body was counted here, but only a quarter of his salary was in the budget.
And now you're counting the full salary of 2 new people.
Correct. The 2 new people are 100% allocated to the administration budget.
So.
And how much of that increase of 315,000 goes to the new to these 2 positions, if you can tell me?
Sure. So the executive assistant is budgeted salary 63,000 all in, benefits fully loaded is 94,000, and a procurement officer 110 salary about 152 fully loaded insurance and benefits.
And why can't one person do that job? Steve?
We don't know yet.
Wouldn't it be better to start with one and see if you need two, as opposed to start with two and then realize you have too many?
Well, right now, the individual we have right now is not a trained procurement officer, so I'm not willing to take the risk on that individual.
Maybe you have the wrong individual.
It's to Councilmember Laredo's point about growing from within.
I understand, but if you have a position, you need somebody qualified for that position.
But the difference between architectural and engineering procurement
and goods and services,
it's just different. So
I understand, but maybe you should find somebody that does the job, and then the person you inherit, find something else.
I fully think she can do the job. She just needs
how much training?
A procurement professional to oversee her and provide that direction. Right now, we do not have anyone to provide that direction at this point.
So you're going to pay somebody $150,000 a year to train that person?
No, we're going to pay a person $150,000 a year to do the contracts for the village.
And then when you have basically $250,000 in salaries, and they both can do the job, but you only need one person, what do you do?
First of all, I do not believe. Look, there's very different levels of procurement capabilities. The individual that we wish to hire is a fully trained procurement manager, been to the schools, all those sort of things that we expect to be a procurement manager. A very high level position versus a procurement specialist who does goods and services, does normal purchases, accounts for paperwork, follows up on contracts. Two very different positions.
My point is, I'm willing to have one person. I think two is overkill and a waste of taxpayer money. That's my position.
Councilmember McCormick?
Steve, understanding that this person that you want to bring in has this higher level of expertise that you foresee needing in the near future, is it a position that you'll always need? Is there a way to maybe temporarily outsource that position while we bring, this other person up to speed, or while we need to fill that? I think the concern is having two people on staff with benefits indefinitely seems perhaps more than we feel that we need. I think I see what the dilemma is here, but is that a possible option? Or
no, I understand the concern. I truly do. Although I've never seen a municipality without a primary procurement officer. I mean, I think that's critical. That's a critical function. It binds both procurement and legal matters, and I think it's very important that is done in-house. Whether we need additional support, maybe that could be external. But let's find out. I mean, if we find out that this additional person is not needed, then we can make that hard decision. And maybe it's something we can get externally.
Vice Mayor?
In Steve's defense, I believe a good procurement person more than pays for themselves.
I agree.
In other words, first of all, poor Chad, he won't have all this work to do. Not him, but his office, he's doing a lot of work on preparing RFPs and other things. So you're going to save money doing that. And a procurement specialist, that sounds like a great name. In most industries, you call it a buyer. And a buyer is there to get us the best bang for our buck in everything we purchase. And it's that simple. And I'm against two people completely, because we have so many other executive administrative, senior executive administrative, with all the other titles. We only need one person, in my opinion. I might be wrong, but I'm 100% for one person, because I think they'll more than pay for themselves. So I'm all for one, the new person, the qualified person, but not for two.
And it's not just best bang for the buck, although it is that. It's also making sure we're purchasing what we really need.
Of course. Well, I'm saying a good buyer will save you money, because it's going to get you the best bang for your buck and get you what you need at the best price and make sure everybody's living up to delivering what they're supposed to. In other words, not only, okay, fine, they brought the stuff. Did they live up? Is it the quality? Is it the delivery? Have they performed? Everything else, that's what a good buyer does.
Yeah.
And Steve can get a good person to do that. I'm all for it because I believe it'll save money. But I'm against having two people.
Well, so am I, and also, we have to wait for the analysis about the 640,000. What are those? What are we going to be left with the 640,000 proposed consultant things?
Okay.
I mean, you have to start reconciling these expenses. We were going to take under, for you to think about the staff qualifications versus the outsourcing. In this case, today, you were asking for $640,000. We discussed earlier today. So you need to start.
I'm not sure I'm following the
Well,
question.
what is the product of this? We asked you earlier, after a long conversation, to look at the $640,000 consultant to get us this vision and all that other softwares to actual doing. In any of that product that they deliver for $640,000 related to recommending or actually doing purchasing?
It's item 4 in the resiliency.
No, I know what project you're talking. No, that's a contract that the procurement manager will develop the RFP and
No,
manage.
I'm not. I don't think I'm asking it right. We asked, it's tied to this whole conversation. I think we need to do an analysis. Some of us are struggling with outsourcing in-house qualifications. You know, I believe that we need a good procurement officer. We definitely do not need two. And also, you know, we have to have, we had this discussion last year, if you can, comparing apples to oranges, but look at some of the market prices in the private sector. This is a $35 million company. That's not a big company. And I don't know what the number came out, but 2 departments take about 20%.
Yeah.
So our
50%.
overhead for the other 15 is completely out of whack. Administrative support, and we keep growing for administering. I'm not suggesting that police and fire does not administer itself. Obviously, they report to you, but they are the bulk of it.
I think
Maybe this is something to look at and think. I mean, it's clear we have concerns about 2 people. Maybe between now and second reading, you'll have something else for us, or think about it. Or
I guess this comes to me, for me, it becomes, we just hired a manager who's been doing a deep dive on what he needs. So I'm you know, he's running the ship. He's the CEO as we talk about. I understand we're raising concerns, and I share those concerns. I mean, are we, but I don't think, you know, our philosophy has been, let's try not to micromanage. So let's take a step.
We set a budget.
So
he managed with that budget.
Yes, we manage, and
his budget includes 2 people, and we sitting here like the board of directors. Some of us feel that we don't need 2 people.
Right.
But I guess that's my problem.
Back to us.
I guess my issue is that micromanaging? I understand managing a budget and saying, look, this is how much money you have to spend on this. But is it saying, well, I don't think you need a procurement specialist?
Any director's budget. Let's just forget about it, because basically we're going to say we're micromanaging.
No, micromanaging is very specifically getting involved. We really have 2 fundamental things. One is to set policy.
Correct.
Second, to hire the 3 people that we already know.
Right.
And the other one is to do the budget. If we do nothing but those 3, we are 100% in compliance with our charter and everything else. So, but this is, you know, the rubber hits the road. It's a struggle. You heard it before about containing growth, and it's not cutting growth, and then we're cutting the rate of growth. And so, like to Ed London's point, we always talk about it, but the fact is the growth keeps going, and the numbers don't lie. And when you put it in those wonderful charters, like I do, then it becomes very easy to see. So people are expecting us to reverse that trend. And so and by the way, I agree with you that he, you know, but he also needs to know, because this is one of the few times. You have 2 meetings. We had a third meeting before, or one, where you get our sense of philosophy as it relates to policy. Once that policy that is being discussed here is, you make it into numbers, and then you manage. Micromanaging would be for me to be asking you to see the resumes of the people that you are interviewing for either police chief or everything else. That's micromanaging. Setting the thing, it's important that you understand, some of us philosophically, fiscally philosophical.
Councilmember Moss, Councilmember Kaplan.
Yeah, so two things here. One, I agree this is not micromanaging, and I don't know if that's really a big debate here. I actually can agree with Ed London on this one a little bit, and it's only really because your answer was not confident that do you need that? You're not sure yet, right? So I think that either come back with us in second reason and have like, look, I went back, I looked at this, and we do need this, and this is why. Or, hey, let's just do one now. We'll start onboarding, we'll figure it out, and if I need someone, I'm coming back to you guys in 3 months and asking for an amendment, and we got to get somebody else on there because you found out that you do need it. I'm fine with that as well. The other one that we brought up last year, and I don't know if it has changed or not, but we brought up the comptroller, and I know that the salary was very high for the comptroller. That always kind of red flagged on that area. I'm not sure if anything has changed on that. It's still the same salary because I think it's much, at least to me, from a bookkeeping. Basically, is what I understand a comptroller is a bookkeeping. It's a very on the high end compared to what bookkeepers typically make. I'm not sure if anything's been adjusted there, if any changes happen, if there could be any savings there. If you want to take a look at it, but just a comment that I wanted to bring up.
Okay.
And as you look at this, would you also look at salaries to see if you can bring him more in line? It doesn't have to be perfectly on with private sector, but we talked about this before you got here. If you're comparing public sector salaries, always going to but so-and-so position is paying in nationally at 160,000. Yeah, but that same position in the private sector is doing 65,000. We need to start.
Actually, I think we actually suffer quite the opposite. We have very difficulty hiring people because we don't pay as high as private sector.
Correct, because they're all in the public sector. I beg you all to go out in the private sector and get a job now. There are kids with MBAs from top Ivy League schools that are barely making $60,000 a year. Reality check.
But how many years? Like 5 years?
But I'm sorry, Frank, just wanted to, on the same topic. But there can be an argument for that person because they have such a high quality of something that is saving us money. I don't know what it is, but I just wanted you to look at it and make sure we're in line there in that area.
Okay, Councilmember Kaplan, and then let's try and wrap this up.
On the subject of procurement, I heard a not sure, but a different not sure. What I've heard you say is that you're anticipating a need for a practical necessity to be filled by a person possessing expertise that the current person simply does not have the training to fulfill. The not sure that I heard is whether the procurement of that procurement person would result in superfluity in that department or in those functions. That's crystal ball, and I think you said that you can't anticipate that just yet. That's my takeaway from this conversation, and that presents a hiring conundrum that I think to just distill in those words. And we've got a second hearing coming up. You'll speak to that this point. The question that we haven't yet touched on quickly is the executive assistant, and maybe you could explain your thinking behind that position.
Well, that's actually an existing position. It's actually being transferred from Public Works to the manager's office primarily to do customer service.
Okay.
Just to be a centralized focus on customer service, whether it be in person, whether it be on phone, whether it be through VKB 311, email. That's one of the things I think we all know we're lacking. And so that's an existing position.
Okay. And then Ignacio was raising a point about a 20% budget bloat. You've got 3 items called special pay, payroll taxes, and retirement that are significant increases. I don't know what special pay is. What is that?
So special pay could be contractually the longevity bonuses for civilian employees at 15 or 20 years. That would qualify for special pay. Additionally, if there's employees with a cell phone or car allowance, it would be in that category as well.
So it's just a non sequitur to look at the increase in the budget for payroll as being disconnected from fixed labor costs. You've got 40, some 45% of that increase associated with labor costs. Not having anything to do with an additional or 2 additional employees. That's all I got. You want to move to the attorney?
Yes, please. Mr. Attorney, what do you got to say for yourself?
Good evening. Keeping the budget the same, reducing the labor by 15,000, adding the Charter Review Commission of 15,000. It's coming up.
Yeah.
I'm also requesting that our hourly rate get increased to $225 an hour, which our rate hasn't been increased in close to 11 years.
How much?
What's your rate going to?
$225.
You only been charging us $200 an hour?
$200 an hour.
When can I hire you?
It hasn't gone up in 11 years, and
you got all these other guys. Chad, you're my man. Even at 225.
Well, look, get your money up front, Chad. Get your money up front.
We've been able to maintain our budget. We've cut it over the years, and frankly, with the hiring of the professional staff, we've been able to streamline a lot of this. So I feel comfortable keeping the budget same, notwithstanding the increase in the hourly rate.
Anybody object? Move on. Next. Planning, zoning, and code compliance. You are on the clock.
Before Jake's back up there again.
Yeah. Quick question, I guess. Are you going to give an explanation about, I had a question. So we were paying professional services back in 2019. Was that because we hired code and compliance people that year, or what was that?
Correct. So code compliance was outsourced at that time.
Outsourced, yeah, that was a genius idea.
Yeah.
So we're now bringing back a second code of compliance person, right? To make up for the 3 we had and then lost. Okay, that's really my issue. What's that? 2.5. But we had good, I know we had some issues, but, people got it. I like Darius. You're going to bring one more person in, or we already have the person here?
So in 2018, we had 4 people in the department. So we had chief compliance officer,
Right.
2 compliance officers,
And a half.
1 BTR.
Right,
Currently, I have 1 officer and 1 BTR.
right. So you need a second officer.
Second officer. And,
I think it makes sense. I'm seeing stuff, we want code compliance here.
well,
no
it's a
question.
good thing we have ever engaging communities, so we get more notices from the community, so we can address to it. Last year alone, we
Especially
responded
builders.
to 2,300 complaints, and majority of them become, brought to compliance. So I could say that we're not in business of issuing violation, but we are in business of bringing them to compliance. So we're doing good.
Right.
And again, I predict that it's going to be more volume of work as construction is increasing. We have new ordinances in place, such as revised solid waste and everything else. So the work is there. And in order for us to do a really good job, good quality service, I need a second officer.
Good, all right. Vice Mayor?
Why do you want a plan reviewer? This is basically Bill Fairfield's job.
Right, so this is zoning plan examiner.
Basically, you have 2 very qualified building inspectors. You know or you don't know because you weren't here, but before, I guess, 2 building officials or people, they only had to work 3 to 4 hours a day to do their work. They're totally qualified. There's no reason why they can't. They're looking at plans, they can read plans, that's their job. And they're very good at it, both of them. And there's no reason why they can't also look for the zoning rules. There's no reason whatsoever. It's a complete waste of money. Complete. If they were so busy and couldn't handle it, one thing. But they usually have about half a day to do very little, except that you make them stay here now. You didn't before, and they had other jobs this afternoon.
Right,
It's ridiculous.
I disagree. The workload is there for a zoning plan examiner.
What, excuse me?
I disagree. The workload is there for the
Oh,
zoning.
come on.
examiner.
There's no more workload there now than there was in the building boom here in Key Biscayne, okay? No, I disagree with you completely. Hey, it's your department. I happen to know the department fairly well. I know what they do. I know the guys and how qualified they are. I know they can handle it, and it's certainly not necessary to hire another person. My opinion,
Unlike
do what
the-
you want. I mean,
unlike-
they'll all agree with you.
We're not hiring, so it's an existing position.
What?
It's an existing position.
Get
It's
rid of it.
filled already.
Anyway, it's not necessary.
Who's making up, well, Bill Fair's been gone how long?
Almost a year.
So who's been doing the work for the year?
Olga Garcia, we hired her
February?
3 months ago.
So is she the plan reviewer we're talking
Yeah.
about? Oh, so
Yeah.
she's staying in her position.
Right.
It's a position. I mean, here
She's
we
been
go
doing
again.
the
We
work.
have somebody, because we're nice people.
No, but we're not
and somebody
adding
else's
anybody. We're not
money,
adding.
we're going to keep them.
No, he's asking for a code compliance person.
Oh, code
The plan
compliance is
reviewer
different.
first.
No, plan review is 1 and 1. What, am I missing something?
For the zoning department, it's just one.
Yeah, you only have 1 for zoning,
Right,
and then you're adding 1 for code compliance.
correct.
We're not adding another planner
No,
review
no,
for
no,
zoning,
no,
right?
No.
Wait, I'm
an existing
lost.
position.
You're saying that the position shouldn't have been there?
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not necessary.
Well, we have to have a plan review.
What I'm trying to say to you, what they do, what Bill Fair does, and what they do is that you know what they do. They go with your plan, they look at it, see you complying with the zoning, your setbacks, all the various things. And then you pay them $100 for a quick fix before you go forward. And basically, we have 2 guys, Pepe and George, who are both very well qualified, who can do the job.
Oh, you think they can do the job of the zoning plan reviewer?
Yes, when they're doing the plan review, because they have to review the plan for the building.
But what you're talking about isn't that, is it? What you're talking about is a reviewer to determine compliance with code requirements.
Code and zoning. Code and zoning.
No, I think I'm confused, but
No, it's Bill Fair's old
you're
job.
asking code compliance officer, has nothing to do with the zoning plan examiner. It's an existing position. The table just shows that last year we had 1, and this year we are having 1. So there is no change.
Okay, look.
Okay, maybe we try a different way to penetrate this. You got Olga,
Correct,
you got Pepe and George.
yes,
And I think Ed is raising the question of redundancy.
yeah.
That's what happened.
And it's not, I mean, it's two different positions. They do work for the building department, and they do, what Pepe does is most of the roofing. That's just a specialty, he gets a special license. And what George does is a building, planning examiner, building inspector.
Are they qualified, are they qualified to be the plan reviewer, I guess is my question.
They're not experienced, they've not done it. They're qualified, I'm sure they can get up to speed
Well,
at some
are there
point.
specific qualifications to a plan reviewer for the light?
As far as license certifications, no.
So, I mean, I do hear what Ed's saying, that, if we've got people, how taxed are Pepe and George? Are they overwhelmed? Are they?
Right now, yes, we have immense amount of work, so they're pretty busy.
So maybe this is a helpful way to summarize it. If what Pepe and George do is review for purposes of compliance with the South Florida Building Code, and what Olga does is compliance with zoning,
Correct, which is our code, right. It's
those are different functions. And I think Ed's point is can 2 people do zoning in addition?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's his question. And I think it's actually,
I don't know the answer.
I don't know the answer to that
And they're the
question.
ones that go out when they see something's wrong in zoning with the setbacks, whatever else. It's not anybody else.
Well, what we can't get into, I can tell you from experience, is that if things start getting backed up in the review process, it becomes a huge problem. And I can see this in other municipalities, especially in zoning. City of Miami is really backed up in zoning, and it slows down, stalls out everything.
Right.
So we have to be very careful if we're making a level service change here that is not going to be acceptable. I don't know if it's going to back up or not, but I mean, I think we have to be very careful of that.
It's just an instinct, too. I don't know that this is a dispositive observation at all, but zoning and building code are very different things.
Yeah.
They are.
All right, well,
Not only that, I mean, just going through this zoning process. I mean, we're using her time.
Right, I was just thinking
immensely.
she's been-
I don't know if any of these guys would be able to do that and be doing plan reviews and being out on the inspection sites from a building, because they do buildings. I think they even do the structure. I mean, they do a lot. Shop drawings. I mean, everything that comes in.
Yeah, and I guess one other, just a prediction, we've got a charter review coming up. I imagine that the zoning amendment work is not going to be stopping at this next, ordinance. This is going to be ongoing.
Don't keep
No,
going.
look, I think our zoning going into the future is going to be something we're going to be dealing with as we look into, all the older buildings. Is what are we going to do prospectively on the older buildings that have to be redeveloped at some point? I mean, there's a lot.
Total different expertise, different codes that I follow, and I don't think any municipality is the same person doing dual roles.
Yeah, but I think we need to maintain a high level of service in the speed of getting permits out to
I
people.
think that's an argument that I agree with you on. So.
I think we have a very capable individual on the spot, and she's doing a great job, and we need her. It's a needed position.
Let's move forward.
Building
department?
Okay. I'll just give you a quick synopsis. About last year, again, we issued about 22,263 permits, did about 6,000 plan reviews, and roughly about 7,000 inspections. And we implemented a citizen access portal. And our goal is to have fully electronic and paperless permitting system by end of this year. As you all know, we ensured compliance with the 40 certification program. And next year's focus is, again, continue to provide high-quality service, quick turnaround, again, full electronic and paperless streamlined permitting system for next year. And,
Are you still requiring a threshold inspector for all your residential construction?
I believe the threshold inspector is required for entering.
No, it's not. It's over three-story.
It's three-story, yeah.
Or some, whatever it is. I forgot the thing. It's not required for our homes.
3 stories, yeah.
So we're not requiring it unless it's
No, we do. We require it. So as a result, when he talks about the building inspectors making inspections, what happens is they have to hire, and don't keep Biscayne, nowhere else.
I remember you brought this up.
Have to hire a threshold inspector, pay $3,500, $8,000. The building inspector has to go out and go certify that the threshold inspector inspected it. So when you talk about all those inspections, you're also talking about not having to do actually were all those rebars there, was the concrete, all the other things that go into that a threshold inspector does, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So is it an unnecessary or an unnecessary expense?
Completely unnecessary.
I don't know. I see it. I mean, look, it can be unnecessary, but is it better quality?
No, it's not better quality. We have good building inspectors. They can do the job.
Yeah, but I mean, I always use my structural engineer to come out and inspect what they designed and what they did, and they know every intricate piece of that.
But
A building inspector comes out,
They got to
doesn't
follow
know.
the plan. I mean, he knows the details. When your structural engineer makes a plan, he says, I want number 4 underneath, number 3 on top, and 12 inches on the center, both ways, etc. Your guy who's tying the steel is following that, right?
Yeah.
So what your structural engineer, he looks at it, or a building inspector can look at it, or you can look at it.
But the thing with the structural engineer is that they take personal liability. And it's a little bit different when they're looking at it. They're really looking at it. They don't want something to happen. I don't know if a inspector, do they take personal liability when they go out there and do an inspection on structure? I don't think they do.
No, the employees are not.
Yeah,
They don't
they're not taking it. I mean, look, it can go either way. If it was my own house, I'm having my structural engineer come out and take a look at everything because
To me, it's a total waste
contractors
of
like to
money.
cut corners. And you
Total
need to
waste
make
of
sure
money. It's
they're
not cutting corners. Nobody else requires it instead of the Village of Key Biscayne that I know of in the state of Florida.
I don't think that's true.
Tell me where else.
I will consult with our building official because I don't know. I don't know whether it was, yeah.
City of Miami required us to do it.
Not for a 2-story home, no.
We did it for a 3-story home.
Over 35 feet, or you have to have so many people in it before a threshold inspector takes place. You check the building.
I thought it was 50 feet when it's required for
Maybe it's
thresholds.
50 feet. But it's 50 feet, but it's certainly not 2-story house.
But City of Miami, the one that we built there, we had to have the engineer come out and certify every
But
single
that's a
one.
3-story building is what he's saying. I guess it's a legit
I think
question.
it was bigger than a 3-story building or 50 feet.
Well, but ours is requiring a single-story building has to
Yeah,
have.
anything.
Yeah, any construction.
Can you double check that?
Yeah, Jake,
We'll get that checked by
I think the
Renee.
sense here is you getting it all night is to, and you all should get it. That's an opportunity to get some feedback from us,
Right.
both philosophically and concretely. We're committed to cutting.
So, okay.
That's right, cutting, just be.
No, being
No, I
efficient,
agree
not,
with you
yeah,
100%.
not necessarily cutting,
And
just.
one thing I know is what I don't know, and you do know.
Hold on one second.
So I'm with you, but I think that way gives them a chance to come back.
Councilmember Cigarrola?
The numbers you gave on the permits, plan reviews, and inspections, are those numbers up, down, or flat from previous years?
They are very high. This year, the construction, it's
So
tripled.
over from 2020?
Yes.
There's been a spike. Okay. Next question, similar to the question I had before for the administration. You basically have the same number of employees, but you got a $257,000 increase in salaries, 22%. How come?
It's a sharing, right? It's a
So
sharing
I'll
table.
go over some of the details on the personnel additions and deletions. I get one of the biggest driver is a building zone and planning director. That currently I am the director, but I believe only 10% of my salary is allocated to the building department, and it's for the most part public works. So the new building zone and planning director, the majority of the salary is drawn out of building division. And we are asking for a service system records technician position, and that will be basically to support electronic plan processing as well as digitizing back office. And those are two positions. I get to answer your question. The majority of that, the increase is my departure and the new building zone plan director's salary.
Another question, it's not really in this information, but I guess as an aside. Regarding the calculations on how much is charged for permits because it has to be a net zero.
Correct.
What's going on with that? And how do those numbers figure into this?
Okay, so we were in red last year, and we all know that COVID had a major impact. And we also found out that we were not applying our current fee schedule correctly. Since the addition of new building official, number of things changed, and we are actually seeing increase in the revenues. Now, like I said, the amount of work has tripled with a lot of construction, so that's not really sustainable. Last few months, we were in positive, but I believe overall, we are coming close to being totally even. Now, but again, that's because of the immense amount of workload, so I don't foresee it's going to continue for coming years. And
Is that going to drop this fiscal year?
It won't drop drastically, but it won't increase the same rate. That's guaranteed. And we did an internal study, myself, Marianne, and building official, to kind of look at where the building fees should be. And that's actually, we are at the point that presented internally to the village manager. And I believe before the end of the year, we want to bring before the council and present a revised fee schedule.
Okay.
But there needs to be some changes to the fee schedule to make it actually fair and also build some reserves too, because right now we have no reserves.
Is it going to be a change up or a change down?
Up. It's going to go up.
But when you say build on the reserves, I thought you couldn't have reserves for those types of operations.
We could have reserves. I believe we could have reserves up to the past year's average of the expenditures. You could have up to that point. Yeah.
Okay.
I think the most important thing for me here is getting that electronic review process thing going. I mean, we're so far behind that. Everybody has it now. We need to catch up. That's a big item.
Right. We're spread thin in IT, and again, a lot of things are being done in-house. We are capable of doing it, but again, when you have a lot of responsibilities, unfortunately, things get delayed.
You guys have a system already that in the electronic?
It's the same system.
Excel?
It's the same system. It's a different component.
Are they good though? Is that system going to be good? I just want to make sure we
Yes,
don't.
it is.
'Cause we did this
It is.
once and
Yeah.
it failed,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I see a lot of the other municipalities are using
Right.
Intergov and all these other systems. I just want to make sure we got one that's
Right.
really going to
No,
work.
it is the same exact system. There'll be no changes to the software itself. It's just another component that we're going to enable. I guess the toughest portion will be not to the customer, but internally, all our inspectors are old school and, pen and paper and then kind of reading it. So reading electronically, a bit of a challenge, but we'll overcome it and we'll get there, I'm confident.
Okay.
Next. Come on.
Next item,
Public Works?
let's go.
Okay.
Poor Jason.
Public Works, again, I'll hit some highlights about last year and what I plan on
That's
doing next
probably
year.
the department doing the worst in the whole village. Public Works.
No, why? Wow.
It's the best department ever.
Wow. See what you did? You just poked the bear. Don't do that, man.
Hire Jacob.
Wow.
Okay. Last year's accomplishments. Last year we finished finally the construction of Safe House Schools, completed construction of Fermer Road drainage and roadway improvements, and Crandon Boulevard beautification project. We also completed the beach nourishment and dune restoration while removing approximately 7,000 cubic yard of seaweed and keeping the beach at pristine conditions that our residents deserve. And next year's focus is going to be, as we talked about CIP, we're going to focus on delivering our short and long-term capital plan, at the same time increasing our operation and maintenance program a notch. Again, we have a packed CIP program and a lot of projects coming down the pipeline, and there will be our public works focus for fiscal year 22 for delivering a lot of projects. I guess I'll go through the personnel and what we're asking. So I will, again, my position, like I mentioned earlier, my majority of my salary was living in public works, so I'll be there, continue to. Chief Resilience and Sustainability Officer, Roland's position has now come back to Public Works 100%. Before it said 0, so that's one full-time. We are asking for Public Works Superintendent to run our operations and maintenance program, as well as fleet and facilities maintenance. And we are asking for capital improvements and grants manager position. Last year, 2021, we had six full-time equivalent, and with the proposed positions, this year it will be 9 if it's approved.
So we're shifting CRO and then we're
public
adding 2 positions, really.
Correct.
And then the fleet manager, isn't that in the police budget? Are you moving that?
It's in the
So
police.
they'll take care of this?
Right, so we had discussion that if once we are superintendent, the fleet will be under Public Works Superintendent.
And what happens to the person that was doing the fleet management?
It
in
will
the
come
police?
with the fleet.
It was Chief Press.
The strategy,
Why
strategy we're
does
looking at.
Roland need an assistant now?
I'm sorry?
Why does Roland need an assistant?
He doesn't.
Where is that?
Where do you see
I
assistant?
don't see that. I see they're getting rid of an administrative assistant, records tech.
So we had one,
second.
that's actually the position
Where
that's
was it?
been transferred to
the
manager's
administrative.
position, manager's department, correct.
Okay.
Public Works region, we're getting a resiliency coordinator, isn't that a person?
That's Roland.
We're not getting a new one, that's our existing position.
That's a CRO.
CRO.
No, we got the,
I mean,
We have the CRO and we have a resiliency coordinator.
resiliency coordinator, yes, that's a.
This is in addition to the CRO.
GIS specialist and resilience.
Oh, that was always there, yeah.
They were there
I
before
know it's there,
Roland.
but what do you need it for?
What do I need it for?
Yeah.
She runs our GIS system and she manages stormwater utility fund.
What do we do with the GIS system?
It's constantly updated as we get new projects it's added there. It's a
I mean,
living,
but
breathing.
really, from a real practical matter, in a village this big, of at least 1.5 square miles, What do we need a GIS system for?
It is a good tool to have to
I got
properly
nuts.
manage your assets.
And then why do we need a person to have this tool, to have this thing, which we don't really need?
I think you do need it.
Yeah, I think
If you didn't have a GIS system, we'd be groping in the dark.
But do you need a person to run this
So
tool?
that's a different question. You're asking two questions. If we
Well,
have
it's
the
not-
GIS, do we need a person to
It is
overlook
just,
the
you know,
GIS?
one of the dozen of responsibilities this position has. It's not just 100%.
So what else
GIS.
does they do?
She runs the stormwater utility fund.
The what?
And stormwater utility fund, entire stormwater maintenance. She oversees the maintenance program for the stormwater, the
Okay.
catch basin cleaning, the manholes, and other like miscellaneous responsibilities I give her, she does it.
So she's going to work under the superintendent then? If the superintendent is the one managing all the maintenance and repairs?
She reports to me directly.
Okay.
It's currently, but, I mean, they're going to coexist and work together.
Also going to become a floodplain manager as well.
Is the superintendent going to be an office superintendent, be like a working foreman?
I'm.
Working foreman, definitely.
Yours will be a parapro.
He will be a working foreman?
Yeah.
He'll be out with the crew,
Yes.
doing work, okay.
We need another
That's fine, no, just don't want another office person.
No, agreed. I don't need, I
So
agree.
it's not an office position, no.
No,
Okay, fine.
we need somebody in the field.
Just making sure.
Making sure stuff's
An
working.
observation, if I'm thinking of the right person, when we speak about the resiliency coordinator, I perceive in her a really significant service provider. She deals with a lot of input from the community, and she does a great job if I'm thinking of the right person. In fact, I think so highly of her, I wonder if she could be the superintendent.
She'd have to be out in the field then.
Well, I think we should, that's micromanaging. I think
Yeah,
we should
and
let
also
that
it's not in
be-
public for us
If
to.
she chooses to apply,
That's Jake's
we'll
job.
consider it.
I do think whoever she is, that she deserves some sort of
And I assume Jake,
bonus for
the
reporting
grants
directly
manager
to
will pay
him.
for themselves,
Absolutely.
I assume.
That's
sorry?
a stressful.
That's combat pay.
The grants person will pay for themselves, I assume.
That's the goal, and then some.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
no, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, it should
No
be
problem.
then some.
Yeah.
For no purpose.
We've been very
procurement
weak
time.
on
Yeah,
grants. We've been very on the eight ball.
Not too-
We're trying to get there.
But I just want to say one other thing, that first thing that you have in here is your objectives. I think putting that inspection, maintenance, and repair program together, making sure that we have a system in place, that people are routinely inspecting their, making sure things are not broken or when something needs to be repaired, I think is super important. And if we have, doing these hiring to staff you up, we should, I mean, I'm hoping that, I mean, I guess the question, maybe you can bring it back in a couple of weeks when we come back again, is when should we start seeing that effect of bringing these people on board? When can we start seeing these repairs, maintenance, and things looking good around Key Biscayne?
So kind of big picture, and you and I had this conversation before, and I agree with it, that's possible, a good KPI. I mean, the first thing that we're going to ask this superintendent to do, and one of the reasons that we're looking at doing it is really freeing up Jake and Rowan to begin looking at the future instead of looking at painting signs and doing landscaping. This individual will be, as someone mentioned before, the supervisor, the foreman of operations and maintenance. So that individual, that's number one. Once that individual gets that job straight, we will then add facilities management. We'll review the contract, the existing contract, make sure that we have the right agreements in place that actually make sense, put in place protocols and procedures so we can work to save money. I think we're spending a lot of money on facilities that we don't need to be spending. Thirdly, third step would then be fleet management. And we pick them in that order because that really is where we are spending most of the money. I want to tackle maintenance and operations first, facilities second, fleet third.
Yeah.
So that'll all be part of that individual's job description.
Yeah, and I want to make sure that we also have that inspection capability, that we don't wait for a resident to call us and say, hey, you know, the beach park has this issue with a railing is falling down because the kids kicked it off on Saturday, and it stays like that for 8 months with no railing there, that there's somebody going out there regularly looking and say, hey, we found this, put it in the system, and it starts rolling, and in 3 days somebody's out there, it's repaired, and it's looking good. So I just want to make sure we don't miss that as part of this.
Yeah,
I don't know if
that's
it's
step
this
one. That's operations maintenance.
That's
You're exactly
operation
right.
one, maintenance. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay,
And
excellent.
it's no secret that, being crippled in terms of the manpower, I really can't attend to issues immediately. With these additions,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you guys are really understaffed right now, and I think this is
We also
money well
brought
spent.
the litter control in-house, so it's Public Works does litter control, it's of our contractor. So there's some cost savings, also better level of service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next
Hey,
up,
Before you go to,
that's it?
Yeah, why don't you stay for the police and just give us that one? You're on a roll,
Jason's,
man.
Jason's not going to mind.
Jason's gonna take care of it.
I wanted to take a little pause.
I'll
to
do it if you give me the
to
towel.
correct my,
What do we do?
no, I wonder if you can entertain, I always say we should be doing approval of things as we have consensus, and I sort of did not live up to my own standards earlier. Somebody suggested recognizing the work of the village clerk, and I want to perhaps make a motion to put her immediately at $80,000.
Oh, that's going to come back in the second hearing. And then we can make our, yeah, she's going to, the budget's going to contain those numbers as the, if
You're
first
making
reading
for the next
should have.
budget meeting change.
And
budget
then
include that.
we'll,
Yeah, I just would vote on it today so that that's okay, I got it. All right.
process.
You're made on personal
Chief,
process.
you're up.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, good evening.
Is it that late?
Right? Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Jason Eunice, Interim Chief of Police. I'm very excited to be up here tonight to introduce our police department's budget, a new community policing initiative, and personnel staffing adjustments that we feel will elevate the level of service our officers provide to this community. The community resource team will consist of 4 officers and a supervisor. The team's primary focus is on community engagement and, more importantly, to control crime and disorder by way of proven crime prevention tactics. Each officer will have an assigned neighborhood they will be responsible for. They will be highly visible throughout the neighborhoods and local businesses on bikes, on foot, in golf carts, and vehicles. They will be our core community problem-solving team. They will remain engaged in all of our local schools and places of worship. These officers are highly trained and specialized in community programming. They will be responsible for youth and senior engagement programs, among many others. To control crime and disorder, these officers will always work together, having accurate and timely information so that additional personnel and resources from the police department can be rapidly deployed to areas of concern. These officers are committed to having relentless follow-up and the continuous assessment of each situation, ensuring to readjust tactics when needed to swiftly resolve community issues in the most effective and efficient way possible. 2 officers and a supervisor have already been identified to start up the team. In this budget, we are asking for 2 new officer positions to be able to adequately staff the community resource team. This budget also reflects some staffing adjustments and modifications that maximize the use of our personnel and enhances services to ensure a safe and secure village. We've reduced a deputy chief position to a lieutenant position. This reclassification reduces salary costs and supervisory overtime on the night shift. It also increases manpower on evening shifts. More importantly, it provides a command level presence and greater accountability on the night shift. Just to give a little perspective, in the last 10 weeks that I've been on, we've been able to decrease manpower shortage overtime by 77%. The 10 weeks prior, we spent roughly $93,000 on manpower shortage. In the 10 weeks since, we've only spent $21,000. Some of those are COVID related too, but the reduction was 77%. I think the staffing has helped us out. The leadership that we put, we've already moved that 1 lieutenant acting position on the night shift, and that relieved some of the overtime and also gave me the ability to project lowering the overtime in the future as well. Got any questions?
Let's start off easy. I'll give you Vice Mayor. Have at it.
Before Ed London starts,
Oh, come on. Let him get right into Vice Mayor.
I just want to tell you and from everybody that I know who gives feedback, how great a job you've done on, dropping this on your lap at last minute. Watching your report is so refreshing to me that you use the word always we and not I, we. It's a wonderful word to hear from a leader. And I'm just sorry, a lot of people is that you, for personal reasons, family reasons, did not apply for the permanent job. But we're lucky to have you stay with us and your deputy.
And I'd like to say that we're lucky to have the officers that we have, because they definitely are the ones that are out there working.
Yeah.
A lot of sacrifices by them. Our staff also did a lot of sacrificing in understanding the staffing. So I'm very proud of the men and women of the police department and how they've navigated this transition period for us. So thank you.
Just so that everybody, including me, understand, if I understand, when you are increasing the lieutenant from 3 to 4, it's not a new hire, it is a reorganization of the ranks.
Correct, because we had two
So people
deputy chiefs.
understand.
And we had 2 deputy chiefs.
No, I know, but sometimes I have to tell it in plain English so that people understand that it's not that we're going out to hire a new lieutenant, that we have it already in-house.
Correct.
And then you're asking for 2 other officers.
Yes.
And maybe we just ought to move to the next item before Ed London.
Let's-
No, because his
Come on,
mic is not working.
You know what? He's not going to learn if he doesn't have to deal with Ed London. What's the point of being up here? He's been sitting in that seat all night stressing out because he knows this guy's going to talk.
First time he's been
Go
here
ahead.
in 4
Let him
meetings.
enjoy. Have at it.
He's
Vice
got his
Mayor,
bicycles,
let's
man.
go.
He shouldn't say anything. He's got his bicycles.
Jason.
And he said neighborhoods.
First
Ed
of all,
should be so
listen.
happy.
Uh-oh, here
I
we
told
go.
you something,
What?
and nobody even reacted. He said it was 90-some thousand. He knocked off $70,000.
Right.
So one thing we should do, no matter what, since it's a temporary position he's in our budget, when we come back, he definitely should be getting a bonus for this.
Yeah.
Really? No, I'm very serious.
No, I am too.
I mean, really, you really deserve it. Thank you so much. I mean, that's what we need. People who really go ahead and manage efficiently and save us money. Okay, now that I've given you all the good things.
That's the good.
Now, you said you're going to have 4 people in the community policing, okay?
Yes.
Okay, I calculated it differently. I calculated without the lieutenants, you need 18 people. You need basically 3 people, 3 officers, and a sergeant on a shift to cover the village on a regular basis. Is up almost twice an hour. You'll see every place, the whole entire village. Then you need 2 extra people for vacation, sick leave, etc. So basically you have 4 shifts, 4 people is 16 people, plus 2 more is 18 people. Okay, then you need your 4 lieutenants, which comes out to 22 people. Now, what are you going to do with the other 14 people?
The other 14. So I'm not understanding your math.
Well,
and
you
staffing
have
levels.
you basically telling me that you're going to have here 30, where is it?
27th.
Page, please.
Blank.
I passed it.
13, page 2.
Bear with me one second. Where was? Please, there, I got it, fine. Okay, basically, we got 4, 5, 9, and 27 is 36 officers other than the, than the chief, right? So I'm accounting for 22. So now I'm asking the other 14, what are we going to do with them?
So we have 2 detectives.
Why do we need 2 detectives?
Why do we?
Yeah, well, I mean, for many years, we had part-time detectives, okay? For years, we had part-time. Then we had one full, the guy was retired from New York, I guess. We had him for years. I can't remember his name. And then we have 1 detective. Now we have 2 detectives. What? We have that much crime, we need 2 detectives?
There is, and there's investigative time that's put into it.
But what are we investigating?
We are
Bicycles?
investigating high-level crime sometimes. So, I mean, we're
But
investigating
how often?
why.
My question is how often? And if it's really high level, it's really serious, can't we call our friends in the county or the city?
We could call the county, and I think it's why we got away from the county initially.
Well,
We can give those caseloads to the
Well,
county.
I'm just saying, it's like I remember when we had one person working who was a custodian of the, what do you call it, the evidence. And remember the guy who was a retired newscaster we wanted to give a job to or something? George. So we had a guy sit there. What evidence along with the jail?
Sure.
So, I mean, my point is that why do we have to overstaff? And
Well,
to me,
it's not
having two
overstaffed.
detectives is,
There
so we have
are-
one
they've got-
detective.
They've got large caseloads.
Okay,
They've got a
so-
lot of caseloads that they work on. And I think I should put something else into perspective, and I think the mayor talked about it earlier. You know, now we're at 14,800. Is that what I heard you say our population is now?
14.8, yeah.
14.8. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot for us to service.
Okay, so, but listen, but I'm saying, I'm looking, forget the number, what they're going to do, the positions. And the positions we have, if we're going to do community policing, we need 18 people plus 4 lieutenants is 22. Fine. What, and then you have a detective, that's 23.
So the
now what
community
are we going to do with the other
policing
13?
program right now initially is just going to be dedicated by these 4 officers.
I understand that, but I'm saying if
So
you
that
really
we're
want
able
to
to
do it, those 4
perform-
officers can only work, what, 1 shift?
Correct?
So 4 officers, you got 7 days a week. And the 4 officers, they can't cover it in 1 shift for 7 days a week. And what happens the other shifts?
They'll be supplemented by the squads that are working.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is let's assume we did complete coverage. And we had 4 people, three officers, 1 sergeant, 1 lieutenant on a shift. You got 4 shifts a week. Okay?
Correct.
So basically 168 hours, you have 42 hours a thing, it's 168 hours. So what I'm saying is that's going to take 22 people who will now be on the.
But that's your calculation of what we need.
Yeah,
No,
You're making
I
assumptions.
want you to tell me what else we need.
Well, we need
So I'm
Marine
saying-
Patrol.
But you're making assumptions on
we need-
based
we
on
need-
your patrols, based on your.
He's answering the question.
let
Sorry,
him in.
go ahead.
So
I'm
we need
asking
Marine
what the
Patrol.
list
We
is.
have 2 officers and 2 auxiliary officers that are assigned to the Marine Patrol. We have 2 vessels that we man. It's a need that the community wants as well.
Excuse me. How many days a week or 2 officers is the boat out with 2 people? There's only 1 weekends, right?
Weekends, correct.
Only one boat 5 days a week, right?
We have a boat out every day.
1 boat.
1 boat, correct.
So basically, it's not 4 people all the time. It's basically 4 people on the weekends, right? Okay, go on.
We have a traffic unit, 2 motor officers.
And what do they do?
They do traffic enforcement. They
No, if we have
Traffic.
4 people on each shift, 5 people, you have 3 people, officers patrolling, and you have 2 other, you have a sergeant and a lieutenant, and the sergeant can go back and forth up and down Crandon and everywhere else. If people see him, you're not going to have a traffic problem, are you? Why do you need more people?
You still, because there are different areas that we have to address.
But you have
If we get a
the
complaint-
cops circulating all over the village all the time.
And
If you
it
have
doesn't
those
mean
people.
that there's not a neighborhood that's complaining about a traffic issue that we have to sit and address.
Okay.
And we do analysis through we use technology as well. We deploy our smart trailers that provide information for us so that we can then also analyze that and find out what are the peak hours that these traffic issues are going on, so we can address that by putting the cops there at those certain peak hours and making sure that those issues are being resolved. So there's a lot going on, and these officers do more than just one function.
Next question. You have a GIS system, right?
A GIS?
GPS, excuse me.
We do.
Has anybody ever looked at it?
The GPS has been off since earlier this year.
Okay, when
So-
the previous manager wanted to check to see what the police did during the day, because that's what the whole idea of the GPS, to know where they are, what they're doing, because you can never get a report.
We can. We have that capability.
But you say it's turned off.
That would be, well, part of this budget is we have it back installed. So we're requesting to have that system back in place.
Okay, all I'm saying is that
And
without
you're
the
right.
system, you don't know what you really need, because you don't know what everybody's doing or where they are. And that's what it comes down to. So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from.
I think that provides excellent guidance for us and a lot of data that we are going to use to analyze the movement of personnel and making sure that we have them in the areas that they need to be at. But right now, I don't have that capability.
Gotcha. All I'm saying, and you guys will, listen, you do a great job. Chuck was the best salesman than ever, but you're doing good, okay? But he was fantastic.
He would have brought a dog.
Anything he wanted, you gave him. And now Jason's coming here for 2 more police, and you're probably going to give it, but you don't have any backup to do it. That's all.
I can think of 2 officers you haven't mentioned yet. You have 2 officers in schools, right?
Correct. We have 2 officers
So
in the
that's
school.
2 more to add to your tally.
Okay.
I think
No.
hold on. You've spoken. I think they're asking for 2 more officers. And look, what's going on the past 6 months, we've seen the surge work. We've seen what it's done when we've had more officers out there interacting. The community policing is working. You're getting to the kids. You're getting to the issue we have is, well, it's a twofold issue, right? You have teenagers who we're not engaging, who are then engaging in other activities. And so we have to deal with those on 2 levels. The police are dealing with it on 1. They need additional police. That's what they're telling us they need to get this done. So, I mean, I support the effort.
I'm sorry, yes, Jason.
Yeah, Jason, I had a I had a question. So, and you may have answered this already or said it in your opening remarks, but I need it clarified. The police lieutenant position was 3 for the last 3 years. It's moving up to 4. I understand that one of the deputy chiefs are removed. Is there a reason why we can't use that amount of money to hire the new officers instead of adding another position in the police lieutenant?
So with the removal of a deputy chief, which to speak to one of the officers that you didn't take into account, is that in the administration portion, there's only there was a deputy chief and a administrative lieutenant. There's only going to be an administrative lieutenant in that position. So we need that lieutenant there. And the reasoning behind the lieutenant on nights is it saves us on overtime. It saves us when the sergeant takes off at night, it's coming back about an automatic $1,000 a night every time they took off. And this was for every single leave that they took. We were having to backfill that with overtime. In this case, there's a lieutenant on duty who's going to be covering that shift and is going to be running that shift when that sergeant is out.
Okay.
And it also gives us a leadership and command presence that we didn't have before, that I think we were lacking, and I think has been beneficial in these last couple of months when we've had that position in there.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kaplan and then Councilmember Laredo.
On the subject of staff needs, it seems to me right that there's a police officer in each of the schools during school hours every day. That's correct, isn't it?
They're correct. We have one officer that's at the parochial schools, and then we have another officer that is at the K-8 center. But part of this program that we want to implement, with those officers will be integrated into the team now. They'll still be engaged in the schools. They'll still have activities that they're doing there as far as DARE and the SRO program that they involve in. So we're still going to have that function in there, and we're going to have other community engagements that they're going to be doing and engaging.
That's a much appreciated, very successful program, I understand from speaking with people at the schools, but it's 5 schools because it includes the parochial schools.
Correct.
The other thing that I just wanted to remember accurately is we had asked some years ago for Key Biscayne police officers to have a greater presence on the causeway for traffic control and behavior modification purposes. That continues, right?
That does, and this also assists us with the traffic units being able to engage and work along with our partners on the causeway to enforce traffic there. So that's also a part of the programs that we have. Again, what's so unique about the program that we want to do collectively is we want to go to the core of the issues, and we want to make sure that when we see something, we attack it right away, and we make sure that it gets dealt with. So while these community engagement officers are in the village getting information, they'll be providing that information to the officers so that we're not so much responsive, but so that we're proactive in eliminating greater issues down the road.
We've called that the sociological approach to policing, I think, or part of it, and I think that is just critically important, and I believe that your department is very forward-thinking in this important element of law enforcement and community service.
Councilmember Laredo?
Well, I think that there's one area where we be very careful about micromanaging is policing. The figure of 14,000 people, residents, a new high number. Since I'm not usually politically correct, I'll add an adjective to it. We also have a number increasing of people who have very little respect for the law in every sense, traffic and all the other stuff. So it's just not the number, it's the number of misbehavior that I ran for office to try to reverse, and I love all this community policing and social policing, but we need to get tougher with the continuing lack of most fundamental, I don't want to say courtesy because that doesn't even register and have the people who are violating the law, but we need to just ticket people, Chief, while we do all the other good things that you're doing. I was going to tell to our county commissioner that I am very happy the number of new Miami-Dade policemen that are on the Rickenbacker Raceway. And I would only say that, that we need to work more together with them to ticket people. And, and I don't want to be profiling, but there's some real, local people with expensive cars and cool people that do terrible things. And sometimes I see too many of what hard-working, working-class people who are coming in to do work getting ticketed. And I know that's a judgment. But don't confuse community policing with, at least for me, I am a strong law enforcement. And if we don't get a hold of this cultural shift about respect for the law, we're going to lose our community, no matter what else we do. And so I know we have a new policeman, the police chief coming in. So, I'll express this to him as well.
Councilmember, you bring up a good point. And Jason and I have had a great opportunity to talk throughout the summer and really look at not just community policing, but also how you do, precision policing and really understand and using data and technology really understand your population. We've kind of broken it down to three things, which is how do you address disorder? We face a lot of disorder in this community, but also at the same time, how do you address the crime? And I think that's what you're talking. And then how do you get the community involved? And so it's almost like a triangle where we're all three working together, but probably the most important thing of all is being present in the community. And we've heard it loud and clear that our residents want to see our police officers. Our residents want to be engaged. And Jason gets it. He gets it.
Oh, no, there's no question about it. I started saying I regret that his learning curve is zero.
Well, the good thing is we're going to have two really good people.
I understand, but
he's not going anywhere.
I'm just very plain. All of that is fine. I've had a lot of experience throughout the world. And at the end of the day, when you do strict enforcement, the word gets around. Right now, it's I can get away with it because I am, whoever. And that goes not only crime, which is now when you cross the line into violating the law, but you are violating the law when you don't respect the 30-mile an hour or 40-mile an hour, and you're violating the law when you don't do the proper stop at the passengers or the pedestrian crossing. And there is no socializing or social burden that you have to carry. You need to ticket them, and you need to punish them on our behalf, and then teach them the lesson that this is how you're going to do it. It's a delicate balance, but don't underestimate this culture of I'm above the law. And we got a window opportunity to clip it before it gets out of hand.
Councilmember Moss?
Yeah, I meant to bring this up before, but I have a comment and a question. The comment is, I really like the idea that on your objectives, one of your priorities, or actually in 2 lines, is the working on the Crandon Boulevard traffic, because I think that's one of the most important things that we can do in terms of safety. And I think we got to do a better job out there. We got to be more present. And like Councilmember Laredo said, we got to ticket. I mean, it changes behaviors. I think we need to be present too when there's peak times of the children crossing over, making sure people are stopping, one, to ensure the safety of the kids crossing, but at the same time, ticket the people who are not obeying it, because as soon as you do that, their behavior will change. And as soon as other people see you pulling one person over, all the people who see you, their behavior changes too. They're just like, wow, I'm glad that wasn't me. I got to remember to stop. So I think that's very powerful. The question I have, though, is that you are asking for the 2 police officers. What's the direct impact that we're going to have from the 2 additional police officers? What are we going to see? If we decide not to hire them, what are we not going to see? What will we see when we have both of them?
So what you're going to see is exactly that, more presence. gives the ability for the officers that are on their regular shifts, on patrol, to be able to do those traffic initiatives and be able to do those traffic details and have a focus on the community, some of the issues that are going on in the condo associations, issues that are going on in businesses. That's what that team is going to give us. And it's you know, a lot of these officers have great relationships with kids, and they have great relationships with the residents. And frankly, if they have an officer that they know and understand and that they speak to and they know who they are in their neighborhood, it does give us information. I mean, you know, we engage and we work together to be able to solve the problems, because we can't do it alone. I mean, as much as you could give us 100 cops, but we can't do it alone.
Well, I think what I'm getting to in my question is that if we don't hire the 2 people, you still have the ability to community police and be out there and be present. But I just want to make sure if we do agree that we're going to add 2 more officers, we really feel that impact. You know, I don't want to add 2 more officers and it's the same thing, or it's the same thing that we could have done with the same amount. I want to see more presence and really feel that impact, or I don't know why we just added 2 more officers. So I think that's what I'm trying to get to is like, we need to have that kind of, what are we going to see if we make that decision, and make sure that we do actually get that in return.
Okay.
That is the goal, and a lot of that is not having the issues that we had last year or at the beginning of this year. So I think, you know, it's tough with police work because, you know, when you're doing the right thing, the criminals aren't doing their thing. And so it's tough to gauge, but I think we had a picture of what was going on last year. And I think this is going to really bring out what these officers are doing. And I think that's the difference that you're going to see right away and in the long run. And then you'll also see the engagement. I think this is a great opportunity for cops and community to really work together to solve the issues here on the Key.
Excellent.
Can you briefly tell me and for the people the jurisdictional issue you may or may not have with parking, shopping center parking, because that's where the egregious and incredible disregards for people parking in the
private property, but we can enforce handicap violations. But besides that, you know, if somebody's blocking or something, it's going to have to be the property owner to call the tow company.
If it's an accident, you guys can go in there and
if there's an
people hit each other.
Yeah, accidents we do handle in there. Again, it's private property, so those citations.
People park and it says golf cart and they park a car, you have jurisdiction?
No.
Unless it's blocking a handicap spot.
That's where the booter.
Yeah.
Tower.
Well, that's where the most obnoxious people are, in the parking lots.
Education. I mean, and you bring up a great point, because if that's an issue that a shopping center is having, then they bring that to us through our community policing officers, and we address the matter. Education's important, pamphlets.
I was going to talk about it later. I don't know if she's here for the Chamber of Commerce. I just wonder what the Chamber of Commerce, which you give some money to, is doing to proactively do this. I'm not convinced that they're doing enough.
Well, that's a different issue.
No, but I mean, this is particularly relevant because I mean, it's happening all over. I mean, you can't stop. Any citizen here will tell you they have had horrible experiences.
We can work with them.
Horrible experiences. And so they're property owners, shopping center owners who, you know, are members of the chamber. The chamber people need to help you is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So they've helped us in the past when we first tried to initiate this program. And again, we lost those 2 officers to the schools because of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. But initially they were hosting the Coffee with the Cops at these shopping centers, and we were gearing up to start the program, and then things happened differently. But that's part of it. We will partner up with the chamber, and I think they will be responsive and assist us.
Thank you, Chief. You did it right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up on our sojourn through the budget 2022.
Mayor, if the fire chief is not requesting a new fire truck, I think we ought to just move before Ed London wakes up. The next item.
No,
I recognize where I'm coming from.
You're not going to.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. We only have an hour, and we have a bunch of stuff we still have left to do.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and Mr. Manager. This has been very interesting year for all of us, and we've asked our people to do a lot. We know how involved we were with COVID. We worked on a lot of equipment, a lot of programs, and this coming year, I expect the same. One of the big things that we're looking at is forward. In 2023, we have an accreditation process coming up, and we're planning on succession. And it's our intention to announce a new accreditation manager. The individual that I have in mind is Lieutenant Nick Johnson. He's already been working on the accreditation process, and I think he would do an excellent job. But that's an important and critical component to our succession. This coming year, we'll also be building a new fire engine, as you know, that you approved earlier this year for purchase. And that takes some time, and hopefully we'll get the delivery of that this coming summer. And probably the big one, and I'm sure Vice Mayor London may want to talk about this one, is we're adding a full-time inspector to our Fire Prevention Bureau. And the bottom line is the demands in fire prevention have been off the charts. We've never seen numbers in plan reviews. We've never seen number in permanent inspections, and I don't have enough capacity to do everything that we need to do. So before Vice Mayor London tells me that we have all the fire inspectors and they need to get to work, I did that we implemented a program, and they're going out to every condominium and apartment building, and they are starting on an inspection program.
Oh, crap.
Where they're doing the annual inspections. It takes away from training. It takes away from other duties for them to work on this. It's very labor intensive to go into a building and basically hit every floor and look at every trash chute and every exit sign and every fire extinguisher and check the alarm panels and check the fire pumps. And I think one of the unique things about everything that we do is it is specialized. And they can't hear me in TV land? All right. How about this? Oops, almost ripped it out of the wall. Okay, so everything we do is specialized. And so that said, the idea that we're adding a fire inspector, we had an administrative assistant that we've talked about before. That position was eliminated. So we essentially turned that position into a full-time fire inspector, and we reduced the part-time fire inspector. So if anything, I gave you back half a position. So that said, I ask you to support our financial investment in the fire department with our budget.
All right. Vice Mayor?
Eric, assume that instead of hiring a new full-time fire inspector, why don't you use the part-time fire inspector that you didn't lose, because once we put an employee on our payroll with our benefits and retirement and everything else, it gets very expensive. And your cost for him was like 30-some thousand a year, if I remember correctly, for the part-time guy. So why don't we just use him full-time instead of you hiring a full-time person?
As beautiful as Key Biscayne is, I can't get people to come to work here. I could increase the salary, and for what it's worth tonight.
Just a suggestion.
And I haven't had a conversation yet, but
okay,
we are looking at.
I'm not going to pick on you tonight. That's real simple.
I understand.
But have you guys thought about outsourcing it and not having it in-house?
Has been outsourcing it.
The part-time was outsourced?
Well, it was a part-time person that had worked
that was
here. We've
inside.
had that position filled for many years. We had up to 3 part-time people in the past. But I'll tell you this tonight, Chief Osorio and I had a long meeting with St. Agnes today, and their plans have been very delayed. Our plans went from pretty much a 24-hour turnaround for review, and I think you understand this, and a number of you are in construction, to several days, and now we're beyond a week in getting plans coming out of the fire department. And I know that's normal for a lot of municipalities.
Yeah, it's not bad, actually, a week.
Which is what the manager and I spoke about. But it's not normal for our customers and our residents. Yeah. And so, I've got to be honest, I've had a set of plans for 3 weeks. It's a large set of plans. I have a mountain of plans from one project out here.
Are we able to offer overtime pay for review?
The problem is that's developing the individuals, and we do that, and I will need to do that in order to accomplish all of our goals in fire prevention. And tonight we actually had a conversation with another fire department about looking for part-time plan reviewers. That is not something that I've talked to you about yet, but we're looking at all our options. Can you hear me still?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. So we're looking at all our options, and I know how important efficiency is, but I also recognize this idea of chasing excellence, and it's hard to find that balance, but we will.
My other question is that you have $60,000 increase in the overtime. Is that something from negotiations, or is that something that you see? Because I was just wondering why is that 21% jump all of a sudden? What's happening?
So a few things happen during contract negotiations. We had a management right clause that we discussed at great length, and we didn't want to allow for an FLSA provision for overtime to be banked. Mm-hmm. And we didn't want to kick the can, so to say. We wanted to pay as they make the money, or within that fiscal year. And so we exercised as management that clause based on direction from council, and that was an unfunded mandate, for lack of a better description, and had a direct effect on our overtime budget. And I got to be honest, I don't know what the true numbers of that are going to look like, because there were so many variables that were working at the same time. I'm short staffing, I had a number of people injured, and I had to pay more money because we couldn't comp time. So that's one explanation for it.
So it is a result, somewhat of a result from the contract negotiations. Yes. Okay.
I've asked before that one of the last meetings, and we have a lot of residents that are eligible or willing to do the so-called booster, which is nothing more than a third.
Yes.
And everybody else I know is doing it. Why are we still not getting it? And, our CVS does not have the Pfizer, which is the only third shot. And that would help a lot to, it's been a while. What's holding up?
Well, I worked with our staff who has been working on this project with us. I personally talked to CVS, I talked to Ethos, and I talked to Baptist Urgent Care. None of them are offering. Two of the three aren't offering the vaccines at the moment. Baptist and Ethos. CVS is not offering Pfizer. On September 20th, there's going to be a determination made and guidance given on the booster shot. There are some entities that are providing the booster shot, and I'm being told that it's based on the honor system, that you say that you're immunocompromised and you have whatever your ailment is, and they will, in certain places, like Walgreens, will give you the shot. We have an event set up for the 6th and the 27th of October. Does that sound right? I believe that's it, and I'll confirm, and you'll see some things in the Village Connect. And so that's after September 20th, and the expectation is we'll have guidance to be able to provide the booster shot.
I'm interrupting you. I think we're too slow. It is all over. The reason CVS does not give it is because they don't have it. All other CVSs have it in the middle of the state, here, and Walgreens is both an honor system. It is consistent with the guidelines already are, and there's a demand. Now, you already have in your little hands the Pfizer, right?
I've never heard that.
You're given the Pfizer?
I don't have the Pfizer. We work with vendors.
With vendors, that's it.
And the next date we have set up is the 6th of October.
Well, it's a month away, Chief.
That's correct.
I think we're getting off track.
Just information for everybody's listening, and I might take it for what it's worth. I was with a pulmonologist today for some lung stuff, and I asked him, since I had COVID, since I'm immunocompromised, should I get the booster shot? And he said, definitely not. And I said, why not? He said, because the current booster shot is based on the A variant. He said, they're reformulating for the D variant, both Moderna and Pfizer. And he said, within about a month or so, you'll get the proper booster shot. So he said, don't get it now, for whatever it's worth.
I think we're just getting off track a little bit.
Appreciate this.
No, I think we should do better.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up.
Isn't, Mayor, the rest of the stuff just sort of reports that we read?
It's parks, the parks and parks.
Their philosophy.
Come on, I like to see Todd hassled by you guys. It's kind of fun.
No, I just want to, I'm looking at the
That's
clock.
the way it is, Todd. That's the way it is now.
I never hassle telling
He got so happy for a
Don't
second.
drop a weight on my head in the gym, I wouldn't take a chance.
I mean, at the community.
All right, let's go through this real quick. You have highs and lows, good times, bad times. You know I've had my
Yeah,
share.
I'll be quick. I know it's late.
There you go.
Just excited to be joining you on the night that we welcome back athletics into the community center gymnasium. We
That's
started
right. That was tonight?
volleyball tonight
Volleyball, that's right.
after a year hiatus, so it's a good night in the community center. And as you saw from the capital projects, we're excited, Jake and I both, about everything that's before us. Most excited about completing the remediation and the construction of Paradise Park, ramping up operations at the community center, and really excited that with our new manager and chief of staff, we're starting to see some traction on resolving some of our recreational and field space with our neighboring communities.
Really?
Yeah, it's starting.
Okay, good.
But
Make it happen.
It wasn't moving for a long period of time, and now it is.
I know.
So
Great.
that's one of our greatest needs, and they've been essential and put me into contact and reaching out to people. So very excited about that. And here before you to answer any questions you may have.
Go for it.
If
Anybody?
it helps in the negotiations, give away the old spin bikes to the city of Miami.
Not a bad idea.
Save one for Ed, though. He likes the leotard, whatever the hell that is.
Todd,
Yes.
I have no questions.
Oh, anybody?
Jason wore me out.
Wow, Jason,
Well done.
you're the
Get it
man.
done, man.
All right.
That was a
Anybody?
record, by the way.
All right, well done, Todd.
Thank you.
Next. Anything on the special review? We're going into the special funds now. You want to do a quick explanation for folks at home? Explain what these are, just real quick, high level.
Sure. So special revenue funds, unlike some of the departmental budgets you just heard, are not funded from the general fund. They have a dedicated funding source through all special revenue funds because the revenues are especially provided for certain expenditures. So the first one is the transportation fund. It receives the bulk of the revenue from the half-cent sales tax system from the county. We generally receive $500,000. It turned out in the past year, we've actually seen an increase in sales taxes. The economy's been booming. We had a slight reduction, obviously, in the months of March, April, May in fiscal year 20 when the pandemic hit and spending slowed down. But now the projection is actually higher than ever. It's required from the county money that you spend a minimum 20% on transit and 80% on transportation. What the village does is actually spends about the opposite. We spend the majority of it on our freebie transit services.
Right.
And as we mentioned, we just converted one of the circulators into another on-demand vehicle based on the demand, and we see ridership up as well.
Yeah.
We're looking at additional grant funding from Dade County TPO to see if we can add even more freebie vehicles, which would reduce response time, which the whole community will enjoy. If when you call a freebie, they're available and it'll get you to your ultimate destination and reduce traffic. The big change here is this was fiscal year 21 was the 15th year of the revenue share from the Rickenbacker Tollway. That's at $365,000. However, on the expenditure side, it was all pledged for that Crandon Phase 3 principal and interest and debt service. So the revenue's not coming in, but we save on the expenditure side as well. So it's almost a net neutral.
It was only a 15-year agreement?
It was a 15-year agreement.
Can we renew agreement or anything like that, or?
It had to be an Chad, you want to chime in?
Toll revenues, yeah.
You gotta speak up a little, Chad.
You're off, yeah.
To review the interlocal agreement
With Miami-Dade County for the Rickenbacker
the Rickenbacker?
toll. We did certain improvements to.
It expired.
Yeah.
It was tied to the bonds
Oh, it was just tied to the bond. It was because of the bond. Okay.
because of the phase 3 of the
Because we did
grant.
work on their capital. Okay.
So
We
once it
improved
was
their
paid
capital.
off, it went.
Okay.
All right.
Any questions on the transportation?
Nope.
No, I mean, freebie's incredible. It's really been a great service to have out here. So appreciate it. Freebie service, excellent.
And your report on linkage to Brickell is just really
Yeah,
cool.
that'd be great if we can move on that. That'd be phenomenal. All right, next.
The second special revenue fund is the Parks, Recs, and Open Space Land Trust Fund. Real quickly, the funding source of this fund is 1% of ad valorem.
Right.
So depending on the changes that we make coming from first hearing to second hearing, this fund will be impacted as well. More or less, it's about $250,000, depending on where the millage ends up. And I'm projecting by the end of the year, this fund will have $4 million in fund balance to be used for any targeted land acquisition.
That's if Steve Simon doesn't know about it. He'll use it.
As it relates to Harbor, on the text, on the objectives, would you delete in the here and henceforth the word temporary? Temporary green space? It's already been designated by this council to be green space.
No, it's temporary green space until we determine what we're going to do. Part of the reason for purchasing that land was about stormwater, flooding and that sort of thing. So I think we want to be careful. You're right that it will become permanent green space, but it's temporary until we do the construction there on the pumps or whatever we determine we need to put in that space. Because it was so close.
No, that part, but temporary green space. It's like it leaves open the possibility that we're going to do something on the park side, not the.
Well, let's leave it. Can we take it as a green space? We'll continue to use the area as a green space. I guess, is that fine? All right.
Otherwise, somebody will come up with a great idea.
Fine. No, we're not. No, I agree. It's going to be green as much as possible, other than what it's used for flooding.
I'm sorry, I'm stickler for words.
No. The rest of the sentence.
Words are good.
The rest of the sentence it's what makes it work.
Mr. Manager, you want to say something?
No, I'm agreeing.
Oh, okay.
Just the last thing I'd like to mention with that fund is we were unsuccessful in our pursuit of a grant from the Florida Communities Trust, which would have helped us reimburse the cost. You see the $4 million in fiscal year 20 for the acquisition of those two parks.
Right.
We're going to keep pursuing those grants. I think they've reimbursed up to 40% of the appraised cost, so we're talking perhaps $1.5 million that potentially could come back into this fund.
That'll be great.
If we're successful. So we'll keep you guys appraised.
Keep driving. Perfect.
Then we jump into our enterprise funds. Edification purposes, enterprise funds are run like businesses, where we charge a fee for the service and it's a neutral cost to the expenditure. So the big change in the stormwater fund is that we have moved from WASD to the Miami-Dade County Property Appraiser to assess the fees. A big change for condominium associations, which we've already communicated and provided notice to, because they set their condo association budgets similar to how we're doing tonight, so that they know not to charge this to their residents. And in fact, each individual parcel will be charged on their tax bill. That's going to be beneficial for the village in a few ways. The main one is we're going to receive the bulk of the revenue earlier in the year, in November, December. I was looking at statistics. About 2/3 of our residents pay their tax bill in November to take advantage of the 4% discount. And then I believe another 25% pay it in December. So very few are past January, where that discount drops to 2, 1, and 0 to April. So it'll be great for the individual residents as well, and for the village to receive money earlier on in the year when we start bonding for these stormwater projects. It's a more dedicated and secure funding source. The other thing that happened when we made the transition from WASD to the property appraiser's office is we reanalyzed all the parcels that we had based on our existing stormwater ERU system, and we were able to locate, and this is all done internally, 697 ERUs as equivalent residential units that were not previously being billed by WASD. That's going to generate an extra $140,000 of revenue.
Nice.
How did that happen?
Well done.
So what happened was WASD, mostly on the condominium side, WASD didn't have quite clear records if more units had come on the tax roll or on single-family homes if parcels had changed. For whatever reason, it wasn't accurate. When we got the information from the property appraiser, we were able to find these. We also engaged a surveyor on the commercial side, because the commercial side, unlike for single-family homes and multifamily homes, are based on pervious to impervious square footage. So we engaged a surveyor to bring back new commercial numbers as well. So across the board, we found them on the condo side, the single-family side, and on the commercial side. So that's going to be a big a boom for this fund.
Excellent.
By making that switch.
Great.
Excellent change.
How much did it cost us to collect the money? More than 4% or less than 4%?
Less. So Miami-Dade County tax collector can charge up to 2%. Historically, they only charge 1%. So I think it's a very efficient move that we.
So it's going to be less to collect now than it was before when WASDA was doing it on the bills.
Correct. So WASD charged on a flat basis. They kept increasing the fee as well. I think it was about $1 per bill. Now it's a percentage based. So I think it's in nominal terms, it's slightly more expensive because as you increase the ERU, the flat rate looks better.
Yeah, but we just picked up 690 more, and we're going to get
We
it
got more,
sooner.
we're going to collect it earlier, and it's, yeah, the other issue with WASD was we noticed when a customer challenged a water bill for excessive uses or a leak, they would cancel the entire bill, which was inclusive of the village's stormwater portion of it, which is a small portion of the bill. The whole bill would get canceled, so you see these variations, and it was hard to really project and plan for it. So I think it's well worth I mean, we're talking maybe $10,000 more a year for the property cleanups tax collector to do it. So I think it's well worth the small increase.
Condominium associations from having to collect the money, pay the bill, so they don't have to deal with that as well.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Win-win.
And then the last enterprise fund is the solid waste
Solid
fund. We engaged a new contractor in the past year to provide solid waste. I'm happy to report we locked in the fee for 3 straight years as a result of that solicitation. Additionally, with the solid waste revenue, we moved to the tax collector as well. This will definitely improve our collection rate. When I started, it was about 50%. I think we've increased it to about 75. I'm projecting, just like our taxes, we'll get to 95, 96%.
Great.
By making that change. And this will also reduce, the administrative burden was on our staff to send out bills to collect as well. So we're still going to collect based on past due balances. We'll come to the council before we do so. This is probably going to involve even leaning some of the most, I guess, egregious accounts. But this will definitely improve collections and reduce some of the administrative burden on staff as well.
That's what I'd like to hear.
Before we untable anything, can I just make a quick remark on the budget itself? I really enjoyed the workshop a lot where you had the SWOT analysis on there because it brings a strategic portion in the aligning with the budget. It really helped me understand what we're good at, what we're not good at, what we're doing this year to improve and sustain. I don't know if you can bring that back within 2 weeks. If you can't, it's fine. But I think in the future, it's a really good way of looking at the entire budget. So somebody who brings this up in December just to read the budget, they can follow through and understand what the strategy is and why we're doing certain things. Additionally, you also brought up in the workshop the values of a lot of things that we're adding and some savings. So you had direct savings versus, other ways that we were looking at and some value that we're bringing in. And I think those are very important for that process. So right now I kind of feel that we got disconnected between those two because it was like those things that we did, I know it's in here, but it's not as clear as it was when we saw it on the workshop. But I love the workshop and how you guys presented it with the SWOT analysis for each department first. It just makes it really easy for people to understand.
All right, so we're going to moved on table the budget.
Second.
Yeah, and will the manager, you anticipate having the updated thing, on the 17th, Friday the 17th? I mean, any changes?
Well, we'll get the new budget book.
Yeah.
You should
on
get the
Thursday.
budget book that
That Friday before,
Thursday.
the 17th?
The Thursday before.
Thursday?
Hopefully Thursday, yeah.
16th, because
That gives you enough time, yeah.
next budget, it's going to be tight. The next budget hearing is the 21st.
But what's the magic of Thursday? Could Friday, couldn't be Friday?
Well, it could be.
The
but then-
17th?
I mean,
I'm fine
We
with
want to make sure
Friday.
we give you enough time to read it.
right, you want enough time to go through it on the weekend, yeah.
The 17th?
We're targeting Thursday. We'll
Right.
let you know
I mean,
if
if
we can't make
something
that.
happens where they can't get it to us and they need more time, I understand that. All right, so,
I think, can we just, hold on one second, can we just open it up and make sure, I know there's no one in the room, but
right,
just 'cause I wanna
yeah,
make sure-
Pete, if you would just open it up, any comments on the budget? Anybody signed up? What?
We need to do a roll call on this, too.
Oh, on the motion to I apologize. Well, we just,
Paul, you guys both tabled the millage and the budget.
Yeah.
Okay? You have to just leave the budget. You're gonna go back to the millage and then you go to the budget.
Should we take the motion off the
sorry,
floor?
I
first?
apologize.
That's the way it works.
I'll
You vote
move to
on the
untable the
millage, and then you
village.
vote on
I
the budget.
apologize.
So,
Wait. Just a question.
yes.
A question. If we don't vote on the budget first, the millage has to follow the budget.
No.
The millage has
first
to pay for
substantive issue
the,
that has to be done is the millage, and you set your budget. That's why we always table it.
it's exactly the opposite.
I'll
Well, it doesn't
show
matter
you-
because he-
Frank, believe me, I'll show you the stats. We do it every
I
year.
think it's exactly the opposite, but let's do what he says.
I don't know what the attorney says, no disrespect.
But I
Frank.
just,
We went through this extensively, but
All right, so I'll move to untable the millage rate.
Second.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion.
What do you mean? You're opposed to moving it off the table?
Yeah, at this point in time, I want to delay it.
Keep it on the table.
Okay, let's go. I'm sorry I asked the
now,
question.
for purposes of the budget, you guys are keeping the millage for now, everything the same. So under Florida law, I just have to read that the rollback rate is 3.1563 mils, and the proposed millage rate is 3.211 mils, 0.0625 or 1.98% over the rollback rate.
Okay.
And this is not a final decision.
Correct.
First reading.
No,
I
just
think
a-
the manager took, and Benjamin took notes. I spoke with Benjamin, and they're going to be shifting stuff around as you guys request.
And we can't go any higher than it anyways.
That's
This is
correct.
the top anyway.
Correct.
So
That's
okay, I move.
second.
Discussion.
Discussion?
We talk about you don't want to micromanage. You don't want to go in each department. This is your only chance to really manage by controlling the expenses. If you want to be more efficient, you get a lower budget and let the manager then decide how he allocates it to run efficiently. So I propose we lower the thing to 3 mils.
Second. Okay.
We have spent all of our time working on policy. He developed a budget to pay for those policy decisions.
And I disagree.
We had about 3 or 4 unresolved questions that I think that the manager was asked to work through, to think creatively and thoughtfully about, and to come back at second reading.
Correct.
And I'm lost, I mean, procedurally. This is a motion that would be also relevant at the meeting on the 21st.
Well, basically, obviously, no one's going to vote for it now. They're gonna
No,
keep
wait
it
a
the
minute,
same.
I maybe vote for you, but I'm trying to understand if it's being constructive or.
If he votes for it now, then if it gets 4 votes, then the millage would stay at 3. It would be set at 3. So the manager would then have to go back and cut the budget till 3.
Make it work.
Right, but my question is, on the 21st, we can do that, or it's too late?
You could also do it.
No,
on the
you can go
21st.
down, but you can't go up.
No, of course, I don't ever want to go up.
You can go down.
We'd have to do it on the spot.
If you were to cut, if you were to cut it to 3, then we would have to go back to the budget and cut certain things out of the budget, so the millage generates enough
Right.
revenue.
We'd have to do that now tonight.
Now, with the work that he's directed to do for second reading, he'll come back with answers, rationalizations, justifications, or changes. We can set the millage at lower, anywhere we want it to be, so long as it pays for the resulting budget that we approve.
Correct.
It's just that Ed is proposing a formal way of sending a message to the manager that notwithstanding.
I have a
That it-
friendly amendment. Ed, would you accept?
Wait, hold on. Councilmember Loreto speaking, then you can speak. Are you
No,
finished?
I like the idea of sending a message. I like to lower it, but I don't want to micromanage. To send a message of cut. And so I could, even though.
I couldn't disagree with Ed more. Go ahead.
I propose that we, if not
What else is
3,
more?
then the rollback rate, 3.15, whatever. I think that's a very realistic number. It would not cause drastic cuts, but it would give us a lot of efficiency.
There has
Councilmember
never,
Moss, hold on. Councilmember Moss wanted to say something, and then we're going to vote on the motion to roll back to 3, unless you're making a friendly amendment and he wants to accept
Do
a friendly
you
amendment.
accept a friendly amendment?
I didn't hear it.
Well, pay attention. We're trying to get out of here.
I didn't hear it.
This is the most important
To
part
make
of
it
the
the rollback rate, 3.15, whatever.
You said roll to the rollback rate.
Which is 3.1 something.
1.5.
The rollback rate is 3.1563.
Okay. Do you accept his friendly amendment or not? Okay. Councilmember Moss, then Councilmember Kaplan, then we're going to vote.
No, I just want to say that I disagree with that tactic completely. If we want to reduce it, we go through the budget and we tell them what we want to reduce.
Right.
I don't think you go to the millage,
That's right.
put it at an area, and then tell them go figure it out, because we may lose a level of service. And by the way, efficiency goes two ways. Efficiency can be reduced cost, but it can also be more production from what we have. And I'm putting my faith in our manager that he's going to boost the production that makes all of our citizens happy to pay what they pay in order to do it. But I think it's the backwards way. I don't think we go millage first and force it onto him. I understand what you're trying to do. I understand the tactic. But I think if we want to do that and we want to cut, we go open the budget back up, we go through it and tell them, we don't need this, we don't need this. What is our millage now? But I think we got to do it from a budgetary side, not from the millage side. That's just me. I will not support it that way.
Councilmember Kaplan?
That is exactly correct. Of all lessons that we have ever learned sitting on this dais, it's exactly not to do what you're suggesting that we do. That is exactly opposite to sound budgetary management. Let him come back. We have a decision to make both on the resulting budget and the millage that pays for the budget. The time to make that decision is after we approve or finalize the final budget.
So you're saying Steve's going to come back with a reduced budget next period?
You
Is that
hope
what
so.
you're planning on, Steve?
He may be.
I've got to take a look at the guidance.
Councilmember
Now, I wanna
Cigarillo
make sure
wanted
I
to
read
make
it
a
back to
comment.
Make sure I've captured the guidance that I've
sorry?
received. I want to make sure I read it back, that I've captured the guidance that you all have given me.
I disagree. This is not a tactic. This is pure policy. We're letting the manager know where it is we want to be with the taxpayers in the village, and we're giving him 2 weeks. We've done it. I think tonight all the presentations have been fantastic. We've had very healthy discussions on what we want and what we think of different parts. And if we tell him we want to be here, he has 2 weeks to come back with that budget instead of trying at the last minute on the 11th hour, 11:15 on September or whatever, starts flashing and burning, trying to come up with the numbers.
I think the last argument, no, there's one more point to consider. I don't think this is consistent with the statute that requires you to finalize the budget and then develop millage to pay for it.
No, it's
This is exactly the analysis we went through in 2016.
No, what happened is that the millage in 2016, Ed did exactly this. Right. But then.
It wasn't Ed.
It was Theo.
It was somebody else. It was a mistake.
All right, it doesn't matter.
Anyways, but the second part of the equation never occurred, which was that you lowered the millage, but then.
No, we had a problem.
We didn't have a balanced budget at that.
We didn't have a balanced budget, and we had a problem with the Department of Revenue.
We
fixed
actually
it.
went back and we reheard it.
We fixed it because we said we have to comply with the statute, which is what I just
We
said.
increased the millage to.
The millage.
That was the way to comply with the statute.
All right, well, we can have the history lesson. We have a motion on the floor
What is the numbers that they're-
to reduce the millage to 3 point, what is the rollback rate?
3.156.
Okay, the
And
motion,
right now-
the
right
motion
now-
on the floor is that.
Wait, hold on. And what is it now?
Well,
You mean that we approve of first reading, yeah.
3.2, whatever's in the memo.
That was the highest we could go.
3.2.
3.211, something.
That's the highest.
Yeah, but is that where we're at right now in the budget? That's
No, because we have Jocelyn and Ed introduced the idea of a bonus for the interim police chief.
This is ridiculous to be pulling up at 10:30 at night. This should have been stated at the beginning of the budget so we could go through and actually have a conversation. At 10:30, you're saying, let's go to 3.0 or 3.15. Nobody has introduced any concrete steps.
I have brought a number of things.
Fine, but you didn't say, then you blew out 3.0. You don't have any, you cannot go right now and tell me what I'm going to cut to get to 3.0.
You know he can. Actually, I believe he can.
All right.
Call the question.
Call the question.
I just don't know. I don't know if anybody's going to be happy at the end.
Mayor Davy,
No.
Councilmember Kaplan,
No.
Councilmember Laredo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor London,
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick is not with us. Councilmember Moss,
No.
Councilmember Segurola.
Yes.
What do we do in a tie?
So that motion fails. Motion fails.
Motion fails.
So my motion is on the floor.
It's been seconded at the stated
Roll call.
millage rate. At first reading, call the question.
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
Roll call at the original 3.21, whatever it was.
Councilmember Kaplan,
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo,
No.
Vice Mayor London,
No.
Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola.
No.
Mayor Davey.
Yes. Chad, what's the policy for requiring a council member to attend that is not here? She's got to break the vote. She had to go home for an emergency, but she can still vote.
Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
she can
Call
she
her.
can call in.
Call her.
Can you call her to get her vote?
No, I mean, she has to call in on Zoom and participate. We're allowing members to participate during this pandemic. Via
Maybe the
Zoom.
clerk can just reach out to her.
Listen, you know what, instead of bringing her here, you know what she's gonna do, so have recall the thing again, another vote. We'll do it, because that's what's gonna happen.
Who's that again?
She's gonna call in, she's gonna be for it, so why should we give her all this grief if she has an emergency? Let's basically agree to the thing tonight, we'll do it, the next meeting, okay?
You're reserving on your
You
same
know what I'm saying?
decision.
So she's gonna, if they call her, she's gonna go for the thing, and there's no reason she had to go to an emergency, why we should basically bother her.
All right, so Jocelyn, call it again.
Call the question again, please.
You understand, I mean, it's just courtesy.
Well, in other words, vote yes.
What? Yeah.
Because they have votes anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor London.
Yes.
Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola.
No.
Mayor Davey.
Yes. Wait, we've now got to do the.
Motion carries.
Well, I think that the message
Well,
to the
hold on.
administration.
Councilmember Laredo, respectfully, we're not done. We've got the budget. Now we've got to. approve
No, I
the
understand,
first
but I
reading.
want to, I mean, it's clear to you that we're pretty divided on this, so do what you can.
Okay, so
Yes,
No,
sir.
we're,
Do what you can.
I think we all should sit with the manager and work with him. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not
But
against
I moved
reducing.
to
No, I understand.
untable I moved untable.
Councilmember Moss,
seconded, yeah.
thank you.
Do what you can.
Roll call.
All those in favor?
no, roll call.
Oh, well.
Voting on the motion to remove.
Oh,
No.
aye.
Opposed, motion carries. This is
We
the,
voted against untabling the frickin' millage rate.
Now, we need a motion to approve
Give
on
me enough
first
shit.
reading.
I could
Move.
start
Why
a
don't you read
farm.
the title?
What? What's the question?
I think you read the title actually before.
I already read the
You just
title.
moved it off of the table, so now there needs a motion.
Move to approve the budget
Second.
first reading.
I seriously think Jason should get a bonus.
Okay. First reading on the budget.
Oh, that's fine.
yes?
Did you get a second?
Yeah.
It's already been
I didn't
moved
hear.
and seconded.
I
Yeah.
was waiting
Vice
for the
Mayor
second.
London.
Yes.
Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola.
No.
Mayor Davey.
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on first reading.
Move to
Second.
adjourn.
September 20th.
Discussion?